Welcome, misfits, to this episode of Midnight Ranting. Oh,
almost 2 a.m. ranting tonight, but
I know, but we are here. Half of us are at least queer. And in this episode of Midnight Ranting, why won't God heal amputees? Where tonight we wonder out loud why miracle claims seem to stop short of the impossible and only seem to affect what could possibly go into remission anyway. So come join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, for some fun conversation on a serious subject.
Absolutely. Praise Amy.
I want to thank everyone out there on the intertubes. Wow. Oh God. The internet's hitting me in the face. Too much internet. Okay.
Floating on that.
That's the right amount of internet.
At the water park, that lazy river. Internet, yeah.
Thank you, Al Gore. But if you're feeling fancy, and Steve Jobs, developers.
Yeah, he kept the 2G internet alive by releasing the iPhone in 2G. He slowed the internet down for about 5 years. Thank you, Steve Jobs. Peace be upon him.
If you're feeling fancy, don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe.
All three.
And all three. Doesn't matter if you are on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch. We're sending you love. Mwah. And hit that bell icon to all so you can see our premieres or join our live streams. Woohoo. We are a skeptic channel, but after the opening statements from these two schmucks.
Yeah. That's us.
That's us.
Praise Amy. Praise God.
Praise. And a presentation from the other side, we'll be opening up the floodgates, or rather, the open mic on Dabba Dabba. So you can say what's on.
Quite a lot, actually. That
Dabba Dabba.
Very natural to you.
Yes, very natural.
Yeah.
On my knees or taking down? Yes, both.
Either way.
But yes, the open mic, and it doesn't matter if you are an atheist, theist, liberal, conservative, come as you are. Just please, on the sheets. Every time I wash the sheets, the window.
Out the window.
Somewhere. Hey.
It happens.
Yeah. You can also find our Patreon page at patreon.com/Amy Newman, which helps us make even more fun content, including awesome Patreons like went for the head this time. Marvel references are always awesome. I'm in love with Marvel, especially the Loki series lately. Also, KO champ. Woo! He is worthy, but it's hard for me to even lift it for the second. That was impressive of me. Ha. But hard KO champ.
Been fighting hard at jiu-jitsu.
Yeah. Ha. Mostly getting my butt handled to me. But yes, that too. Learning.
But you enjoy every minute of it.
It is. It's fun. It's honestly, it is like it is an analogy of a chess version of martial arts, because I'm sure there's many versions of martial arts that can be analogous to chess, but it's just very much like one person makes one move, so you're supposed to do another move which counters the other move, so you have to do this, and it feels so much like Street Fighter. There are submissions, also shake weights, lots of shake weights.
Master Ken, he says it's all bullshit.
That's true. He can just take him down like this. There you go.
It was just in Puerto Rico. That was a good video. Self-defense of Puerto Rico.
Ooh, I'd love to go to Puerto Rico.
Enter the dojo.
Enter the dojo, but also enter us from the Atheist Round Table.
Round Table. Network
and Tang, the Atheist Network.
Yep.
Connecting atheists. And if you'd like to connect atheists or be connected, in October, the better event to have better conversations so we can become better people. Tickets on sale now.
Yep.
In October.
Better atheists.
The event in October. Woohoo! Exactly. I think it's open to. Well, I don't know. Actually, I guess we're connecting atheists, right? But yes, we want.
Imagine he would be
we
open,
can just.
You never know.
We can do it better. We don't have to schism. No schism.
Steve McRae will not be allowed. So I don't think he'll be there. So there you go.
And hey, it is an important conversation to have. Those type of nuanced. The difference between all those sorts of labels and the etymology. But generally speaking, non-believer tent. It's so wide.
Yeah.
So wide, baby.
So wide. So wide.
So wide. Send in love.
Gaping wide.
Gaping. Filled with fist fruits. Oh, gotta love those fist fruits. And also gotta love Ian Davenport.
Thanks, Ian.
To scale.
Right out of the book of Leviticus.
That's right.
Yeah.
We got, this is also my lovely seer stone that for Joseph Smith, it's very simple. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, what are the random lottery tickets? It says 29, 32. Go fuck yourself. Oh, wow.
Look in there and see what he's trying to look and peek what you're doing in there.
Hey, I'm trying to read the seer stone that Joseph Smith tried to pass on to me. I have to say, of all the long cards, I mean, at least with the other guys, you could say, generally speaking, they didn't know. Maybe they really, they took some mushrooms or something. Who knows? They had an experience, and then they're now giving words out to the prophet of God. Are you saying that even the apostles would die? Yeah, to be wrong. I mean, yeah, people believe in, I don't want to say crazy stuff, because it's not crazy to the person. It is stuff that is unfounded by evidence all the time. But we're also, gosh, when I think of all those prophets, I ask myself, where is the evidence? And it makes me go, but that doesn't make me go that to a grumpy, because grumpy, we are sending so much love to you. Woo-hoo,
evidence or not.
Well, I almost made that. It was a fight between topics. Like, this just whole notion of prophets really bugs me. Just this underlying middleman concept of, like, here's God, here's you, and then here's this other dude. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know other dude was into talking with gods. Oh, definitely. He got chosen. Oh, really? Who told him that? Oh, him?
God.
Oh, wow. Oh, it was God. That's right. Can we talk with the God? Well, you can't actually see behind the curtain. No. That's really not
You
allowed.
can't get an underskirt picture of God. That would be wrong. You can't try to slip that camera under there. That would be unholy.
Well, it is just so funny that we now have the ability to take photo pictures, click, and all of a sudden, miracles. Oh yeah, seem to have all dissipated. Whoosh.
Things have gotten less grandiose, that's for sure.
Yeah. But we love you, Grumpy, and we also love the ultimate princess in Diana Smith.
Thank you, Diana. And
Moonlight. Sending so much love to Diana and so much love from Moonlight. Hi, baby. I agree. We allow all different pets on here if you want to have your baby boo. I agree. See?
Yeah.
So daring, yet so brave. But also, speaking of other sentient animals. Oh, wait. No?
Yeah.
Do. Yes. I already brought it up, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm going to go with other sentient animals. Scotty! Because I love hyenas. And hyenas actually have female matriarchal societies. Fun note.
I did not know that.
Yes, they are actually, the females are more aggressive than the males, which means that the males generally, they become the basic bitches. It happens.
Yeah, it happens.
But also, he just safely got across the pond.
He's back now.
He actually found the Raiders of the Lost Ark. He found what's it called?
Ark of the Covenant?
The Ark of the Covenant. It was amazing. And Pat was lifting it, and then some guy just came over and was like, hey! And he tipped it over. And just like that, the evidence was gone, don't you know? It always happens. No.
Did it get swallowed up inside the earth, or?
Well, it's so funny. Just, I don't really get any of these things, like the Shroud of Turin and all of that. No. Once we have the Ark of the Covenant, all of these pieces, Otangelo, it'll be a role play. I don't get that kind of stuff at all. Like, they ask, like, how could this possibly have existed? I don't know.
We look at the Shroud of Turin, Amy, and we look down at the bottom, and we see that Jesus had a 15-foot penis. Only God could have that. Only God. He have to roll it up when he walked. Otherwise, it'd drag on the ground, Amy.
Oh, see, that's where the giants come into play. They were giants. Didn't you know?
Yeah.
The angels and the humans got together. Though I really don't understand the math there. I feel like that would be an angel-human person. I don't get where giant comes from, but sure, why not?
The genetics of an angel. I mean, that all kinds of crazy stuff.
I don't know. I want to know, does that show up on a paternity test? Like the angel is just sitting there smoking a cigarette, like fuck.
You never know.
Oh,
Human angel fuck, it could become a tortoise. I mean, anything could happen with those genetics.
Well, I mean, if you're just gonna do giant, which is just a larger human, is the angel larger? Why do you get large out of that? It seems random. Like, we go like, whoa, it's obviously so different from a human. I mean, it's a giant. Yeah, giant. What has wings? What does it? Where do we get giant? I feel like you should take another test, girl. Take another test. Eddie.
I mean, maybe it could be just that there's been giants forever, so. Yeah.
That's true. Just like the dragons. They were lizards, and they were throwing around fire.
The dragons were real, Amy. According to Dr. Hovind, the dragons were real.
It's true.
Leviathan, the fire-breathing dragon, was real. It was a dinosaur that had he found a cavity inside the head there to store the flammable fuel for it to spit out. And otherwise there would be no legends of it if people didn't have a real thing to base it off of.
Exactly. How could we have created something like a lizard that breathes fire?
Right. Yeah. Impossible.
Impossible. And this is someone who, once again, I like dragons. I like fantasy mythology.
More than you like dragons.
Yes, and yes. But it ruins it when you take it literally. The whole point is that it is fantasy. That's why it's fun. It is not. You are not eating dragon chicken nuggets unless they're in the shape of dragons. Then they are. It's cool enough that you're eating dinosaur chicken, like that. Your dinosaur chicken nuggets are made out of dinosaurs. Isn't that cool enough? Isn't that cool enough? Well, but love Pat.
Yes. Nice to have Pat back.
Yes. Back across the pond. Though sending love across all of our viewers across the pond. Both sides.
Across the other pond, down in Australia.
But also, as we gather all the skeptics, this is my attempt at a really bad Sailor Moon. Dale Pastel!
Dale!
I'm looking a little bit skeptical at that. Yeah, I'm gonna need actually evidence. Oh, really? The all-powerful, all-seeing, all-knowing creator of the universe, the one thing he can't do is show up empirically? What a coincidence. It's amazing. Love Dale! I don't get why that comes off guard. The empirical of all the things I get they start with it's the wrong tool, and then the right tools tend to be
the right tool.
Yes, faith, well then it tends to be older tools that we've kind of
faith. You just believe it anyway, and then you'll believe it because you already chose to believe it without evidence. So
wow, amazing. See how that works?
Yeah. It's not circular.
It's not circular.
It's oval reasoning.
That's right. How do I know that it's true? Because it says it in the Bible. Oh, well, how do I know the Bible is true? Because God said it was true. God. It's the word of God. That is so round that it's almost as round as that.
Dave Gar?
Oh, man. Dave Gar. It's looking a little thick, that booty.
Give it smack, Amy. Give it another little smack.
And look, it could be flat. Let's do an experiment. Oh, nope. It felt round. It just... Pretend
it's Ken Hovind's son, and he's wiggled a little bit in the dentist office chair.
In fact, it's by my DVD. In fact, I cover this on seminar number 1, but also on seminar number 3 in my Water series.
$50. Get the whole set. Get the whole set. Yeah.
But
so I can make my workers work without air conditioner because we don't have the funds for that.
That is the saying, the rumor around town, Kent, and you can come on and tell us that it's all just made up, you silly atheist. But the rumor is the first night's free, Dinosaur Adventureland, but every day after that, put your butt to work. Oh, baby.
He's open about it. He's open about that. He'll put you to work, Amy. He'll put you. He'll get a lot of work out of you.
He will.
Yeah.
Like I said, work well on my knees, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Crack. But thank you so much, Dave Gar.
And Ken Hovind.
And Ken Hovind. But last and not least, thank you so much, our Thespian Skull. Check out our Bible studies. We're past episode 40. Of our Bible study, going right in a row. Full of fist fruits. But
That last
reach
one, what a
us!
doozy that one was.
I
Yes,
know. So
What a
much
doozy.
wisdom. And, you know, that you say what no matter what your views on abortion are, there seems to be some sort of potion. I think the apologetic they were trying to give was it's a holy potion. Okay, it says bitter water. It says the holy potion. It also is very clear what it
Purpose
does.
of it, yeah.
Yeah. So
Well, I like Mark kind of saved it. He's like, well, chances are it probably wouldn't have done anything because it doesn't seem like it would have. It would just be a way like for a woman to drink it, and then the guy would allay his fears, like, oh, okay, then the baby must be mine. She wasn't cheating on me, so it's all good. Because you couldn't really tell that for sure from a
there you
potion,
go.
but if it would make him feel better about it, then hey,
I'm going to get my science glass.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is science because remember, this is pure science, though they didn't really give directions on how to make this potion, like the ingredients.
Yeah.
Like you take
Dust off
1/3
the
this
floor.
and 2 scoops this. Yeah, but seems to endorse.
Right.
And all right, with that,
Foreskin.
yeah, so many foreskins. Why won't God heal amputees? It's an honest question. Though, at first, the subject may be jarring to think about. What do we even mean when we ask, why won't God heal amputees? Well, we're wondering, why do miracle claims only seem to occur to diseases, bruises, and illnesses that have chances of remission? Why have the types of miracles that occur in holy texts seem to have dried up? Which, funny enough, goes in correlation with the rise of technology and the tools necessary to record such miracles. There are claims of prophets making the sea part, rise from the dead, or split the moon. Though when it comes to today's miracles, the bar seems to have lowered. No more multiplying fishes, walking on water. Rather, most modern miracle claims deal with muddy circumstances. It could be possible that the cancer went away because of a miracle. Many people often pray for themselves or someone they know that's in pain and suffering. However, it could have been the chemotherapy. And in most cases, it's the science that seems to be doing the heavy lifting. Well, what about situations in which science hasn't touched? What if my car flipped over and I survived? Well, my first question would be, were you wearing a seatbelt or something else that ups the chances for survival? And even if the answer is no, that you somehow beat the odds and are standing unscathed. When you should have been dead. How can we prove such an event was a miracle? A defiance of the law of physics. That would also make me wonder about the opposite. Does every other car crash have God's stamp of approval? You know, the ones with the people that don't survive? Chance seems more logical for both situations. Yet we never get anything that really defies the laws of physics to begin with. Just radio silence. After all, why can't God heal an amputee? In the terms of miracles, it seems fairly mundane. The only difference is that humans, unlike our reptilian brothers and sisters, don't have the capacity to naturally grow back limbs. We could pray for this to change one day. However, I would not hold my breath. In fact, I get the feeling that science will ultimately be the answer. A mixture of biology, engineering, and computer science, with our best minds coming together to find a solution and enable amputees to live their best life. No miracles needed. Thank you. So how are you tonight, James, and what do you think? Why won't God heal amputees? I'm doing pretty good.
Well, so I mean, we know that, and this is what we're told all the time. So God operates in the natural world, so He doesn't just show up and do random things that can't be done. So, I mean, if He were to step in and heal an amputee, well, that would be obvious evidence of His existence, right? Because there's no natural mechanism by which that could be done. That would be like Him coming out in the open and just like, hey, here I am, which He seemed to do quite a lot in the Old Testament, but he's really shy about doing that today. He really doesn't come out in the open anymore. He always has that plausible deniability that maybe it could be him, but maybe it could also just be luck or, freaks of nature. Maybe it could be things that just happen that we don't always understand, but that doesn't mean it's miraculous. If there are thousands of people alive in the world today who have odds of 1 out of 1,000 to survive a particular illness, and on average, about 1 out of every 1,000 of those will survive. And now, if you are that 1 out of 1,000, you probably think, "Hey, it's miraculous. I should be dead. Why am I that 1 out of the 1,000 that's still alive?" And these are questions that we're not really equipped to answer. Things just happen because they happen. And I was watching a video just a couple of days ago on YouTube, and it came up, and it was a gentleman who documented his his health sequence when he started going to the doctor, and he got the terminal diagnosis in February of 2018, and he died in I believe September of 2018, 5 months later, of cancer. And he was, at the time that he died, he was 32 years old, and from what I saw there, he made the most of his last several months alive. He got married. He made the most of those 5 months. And when I look at myself, like, I'm 38 years old. I've already lived 6 more years than he ever will, and I will probably still get to wake up tomorrow and keep on going. It's nothing I did deserve that. It's nothing I did that I am such a great, better person than he was that I get to keep living and he doesn't. Things just happen, okay? And we it doesn't have to be a reason for it, because there usually is no reason for it, because we live in a universe of things that just happen. There's not an overarching reason or purpose for anything. As uncomfortable as that may make people feel, it's just reality. We have to find our own purpose and meaning in life, and some people never do, but that's okay, because the journey can be fulfilling in and of itself. But we know that crazy things happen all the time. I posted a link in there that I want Amy to pull up in a little bit, but crazy things do happen from time to time. And when you're listening to people like the Theists, and I'm going to call one of them out in particular, that would be Mr. Praise I Am. He has a tendency. He's done several debates where basically all the evidence he proposes for God is that miracles, which usually tend to be people who do significantly better than an initial medical prognosis with a particular illness. They said this person 99% would not make it to a year. It's been 3 years. That's a miracle. Well, I mean, they're in all likelihood they wouldn't have. 99 people in their shoes would not have, but there is always that chance. There is always that 1 out of 1,000 chance. And that doesn't necessarily mean that it's God, but that's really all they have to work with, because they don't have any. We've said God will not come out and do things that would be obvious proof of his existence. I mean, if you look at what the New Testament says, and you take that to be true, and these faith healers, these people who are on par with, if not some of these, worse than these prosperity preachers, they would be able to go into hospital rooms and just liquidate the whole place if they had the power of God. And if God was a merciful, loving God, and they really could do miracles like that, they could go into a hospital and empty the place out, heal everybody. And what more would people want from, that would really make people love God, if they saw, look at the power and the mercy of God. Look how much he cares about people and he loves people. But no, we don't even get people who are paralyzed healed. People who are legitimately paralyzed. We get people who are able to walk. They're just usually not strong enough, so they use a wheelchair. And maybe if they're in the right setting and the endorphins get flowing through their blood, they might be able to take 2 or 3 steps before they have to sit back down. But that's not a miracle. That's a fraud, if you ask me. So, yeah, God doesn't heal amputees because he's not real. I mean, that's the most obvious answer, is that everything that we see done could happen in a universe without a God. So what do we need a God for? What do we need a God? Well, the only thing we really need a God for would be those things like purpose and things like that make people are uncomfortable with not having. They need a top-down divine command, like, this is your purpose in life. But actually, from the Christian standpoint, that's a very vapid, empty existence. Like, your entire purpose in life is to serve and glorify God who made you. He's much more powerful than you. And if you reject that purpose, if you don't want to serve and glorify him, he will do mean things to you after he kills you because he can and he likes to. So you better just join up the team and start praising forever. Otherwise, well, you know where to go. And I don't find that to be beautiful. I don't find that to be fulfilling or meaningful. I find that to be very empty, very vapid. If somebody needs to make you love them with constant threats of the most unimaginable things possible to get you to love them, chances are that's the evil guy. That's like the Amy's always saying, like the villain. That's the guy who makes these villains look like
Exactly.
saints. Yes. Thank you.
Woohoo! And
Yeah,
all
thank you
right,
too, Ryder.
thank you so very
You
much,
see that link I
James.
put in there, though? See that? Pull that up.
Sure, give me one
Yeah.
second.
I mean, just if you ever thought that, hey, falling out of a plane without a parachute is an automatic death sentence, it's not. It's not. There are people who have survived falls from 30,000 feet in the air without a parachute and lived. It's incredibly, incredibly rare, but it has happened. It does happen. And yeah, I would not want to jump out of a plane without a parachute, but just the fact that this woman here survived a 33,000-foot fall. How many 15-foot whale dicks is that, Amy?
That is a lot.
That's a lot of 15-foot dicks. And this, yeah. So crazy, batshit crazy things can happen and do happen from time to time. That is not convincing evidence of God. You would need to see something that is literally impossible, like regrowing limbs for an amputee, like taking 100 people paralyzed from the waist down and having them all start dancing on stage. I would find that to be more convincing.
Yeah, it's also, once again, it's something that is basically very, very rare. Super rare. I should
Super
feel
rare.
like these are
Super straight, but super rare.
super straight. It's something that doesn't, it's rare. We just can use the word rare. It's something that doesn't happen. All the other passengers died. There is actually someone who survived 9/11, who survived when the buildings crashed.
From the upper floors, yeah. I mean, that building, that apartment that collapsed last month in Miami, that was all in the news here because I'm like an hour north of there. But yeah, there were a few people who survived in that. It wasn't, not very many of them, but there were a few people. The whole building collapsed, but there were a few people who made it out just by, I mean, if they want to spend the rest of their life thinking it was God and God specifically chose them to survive and God said the rest of them, screw them, I like you, you're going to survive, then that makes you feel better, okay. But I think it's probably just chance, luck, maybe.
Yeah. And all right, we're going to share an opposition viewpoint. We're going to go through a list from someone who is responding. I would say, why won't God heal amputees is a fairly well-known in the community atheist website. Yeah. Just asking the simple question. I think it's probably one where I first heard it. And so this is someone having a response, I would say, the other side of this. And when we're done reviewing this list, we will be opening up to the open mic, so you can tell us what you think. Why won't God do it? Woohoo!
I'm saying, all right, because he's not real. I think that's the most likely answer. But maybe.
Well, the other thing I wanted to say in my opening that I didn't get to, that really is a heads you win, tails you lose, or heads I win, tails you lose, because it is basically saying that if they survive, then, well, the miracle worked. You prayed and you got what you want. But if it doesn't, then God works in mysterious ways, and there is something else out there. They generally sell their version of the afterlife.
How things like that, like all these, like they're all across the country. They're children in hospitals sick with diseases, and there are parents that are people of faith that are begging, please, they will do anything if God will just heal their child. And you know what? Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't get healed. How would God make that decision? What according to His plan? I mean,
what makes him?
Yeah.
What makes a someone who died because of a disease less worthy than any of these prophets? I do not understand. They will tell me things like he's perfect, he's just the chosen one.
Yeah, the people that Jesus healed. These are people that were legitimately dead that Jesus healed. And you say, well, that's Jesus. He's God. Actually, in the New Testament, Jesus said his followers, those who come after him, will be able to do greater things than he did. He did say that. So if Jesus could resurrect dead people, why are the miracle claims today so much way far below even that benign standard? Hey, somebody's dead. Not that they died 5 minutes ago and there's still brain activity or something and we jolt their heart back or whatever, but legitimately like dead.
Like a Jesus dead, like 3 days dead.
3 days, yeah.
And all right, let's get to it. Some use this question in an attempt to disprove the existence of God. In fact, there's a popular anti-Christian website. Yeah, baby. It's not really anti-Christian. It's really why won't God? It's really deistic if you think about it.
Right. Any God.
Any God. Anybody. Can you heal? No? Huh? All right. Why won't God heal amputees?
Catholic, can you do it? Can the Virgin Mary do it? No.
Here is their lovely website. We're just going to show it here. You should check it out. It looks as old as the internet. That's because it is, and you should still check it out because it is a great resource with a lot of different questions and dialogues on it.
It's not as old as the Bible, though.
Not quite. If God is all-powerful, and if Jesus promised to do anything we ask, or so the reasoning goes, you're supposed to be... Why are you praying? Why pray if it can't do anything? Then why won't God ever heal amputees when we pray for them? Why does God heal victims of cancer and diabetes, for example, yet he never causes an amputated limb to be regenerated? The fact, isn't that a good question? The fact that an amputee stays amputated is proof to some that God does not exist, that prayer is useless. We're going to be told wrong, that so-called healings are coincidence and religion is a myth. Dun, dun, dun. Can you imagine that?
Yeah, it certainly indicates that. It's not proof of that, but it is proof that prayer is not really very effective means of, if God is there, that prayer is not an effective means of having him dispense his grace out.
You would think, once again, all-powerful means, I don't know, all-powerful? Could do anything, yeah. Oh, here we go with the narrative already. The above argument is usually... it's 15 foot long. Usually presented in a thoughtful, well-reasoned way with a liberal sprinkling of scripture to make it seem all the more legitimate.
Oh, yes, however, a dash of scripture here and there.
However, it is an argument based on the wrong view of God and a misrepresentation of scripture. The line of reasoning often employed here, exactly. It's just you're just reading it the wrong way, James.
Yeah,
it's often employed. Why won't God heal amputees? Argument makes at least 7 false assumptions we're making. So, assumption 1: God has never healed an amputee. In fact, he's been doing it all the time. He did it once in Canada. He just can't let you meet her.
Yeah. He will do it, but he'll never
He'll
allow
do
it to
it.
be empirically verified or, evidence of it. Yeah.
Yes, it was actually a long, long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Who is to say that in the history of the world, God has never caused a limb to regenerate? To say I have no empirical evidence that the limbs can regenerate, therefore no amputee has ever been healed in history, is akin to saying I have no empirical evidence rabbits live in my yard, therefore rabbits have ever lived in the ground. No. In fact, I am not saying it is never healed. What we're asking for
Why doesn't
is
it? Yeah.
why does it? It's great that you are now claiming that someone in time, in history, it definitely really happened. But I would like to see, I don't know, that happening ever. It'd be nice.
Well, I mean, is that like God? I'm gonna do it once, but I'm never doing it again. Like, okay, somebody got
Never.
his leg chopped off in a chariot accident. Damn iron chariot. All right.
Damn you.
I'm gonna heal that amputated leg, but I'm never doing this again. That's it. Everybody else who loses a limb from now till forever, they're just screwed.
Yeah. Oh, there was a. Sounds horrible. There was a cutoff time. That's fantastic. Yeah. And also, hello everyone. Hello. We haven't said like Brian, Stevens, Doorknob Head, X Music, everybody. And yeah, I love. We're about to reach some science. So also, we got some historical records of Jesus healing leopards. We do. That's historical records? We have evidence of Jesus laying hands? Oh, that's right. Where does this come from again? The Bible. Wow.
I mean, Amy, it says hundreds of people witnessed him after he rose from the dead in the Bible. You going to argue with hundreds of people? I mean, it just wasn't one or two people. Hundreds of people saw it.
And this is the Son of God. I mean, God can do anything, James, except for now. He can't do it now. But you know what I mean. Like, he did it a long time ago.
Look, like when the Catholic Church is considering somebody for sainthood today, they need two miracles, and that is almost always two people whose family members prayed to a saint, who are prayed to somebody who is dead and presumed to be in heaven, and then the person got healed. Then okay, that's a miracle.
Oh. And I mean,
they used to claim that their saints could fly around the churches, that they could levitate off the ground. They don't do that anymore. We have not had any incidents recorded of flying saints in the past several centuries, but
that is true.
It happened all the time back in the Middle Ages. You would just walk into a
back in the day,
and you see somebody flying around like Superman up in the rafters up there. Praise God.
Yeah, you would think that those type of things that would defy the law of physics, like being able to fly, would happen now. But no. That was only for the prophets, the chosen people of God. And okay, so shriveled, there's the case of the man with the shriveled hand. I mean, quoting. We get the claims. I want to know.
Man with a shriveled something else, I'll tell you that much.
And if anything, why does Jesus get the magic powers? Why does he get to be a healer in EverQuest and World of Warcraft and no one else?
He did say that his followers who came after him would be able to do greater than he did. So, they should be able to. And it does say that any two or more who ask for something in his name, it shall be done. They're going to say, oh, that was only back then. That doesn't apply today, silly atheist. That was only at the time of the apostles.
And I will say, at least then, so some are saying if God healed amputees or lepers before your eyes and you were still skeptical or unconvinced, why would God ever waste his time doing it? Well, first of all, time is meaningless to God, right? So
Yeah.
time before, now, after lunch doesn't really matter. And
That
then,
means lunch won't be until yesterday.
and
in heaven.
hey, it would at least be evidence. It would at least be better
Right.
evidence than what we normally have. If a guy came along and was like, "Oh no, test me, put me behind the double-blind study and watch, boop arm, boop arm, boop arm, oh a leg, boop leg." I mean, that'd be
Yeah.
impressive.
Basically, walk into a hospital and clean the place out, heal everybody. With the power of Jesus. Power of Jesus, Amy. Power of Jesus. There is power in the name of Jesus. Did you know that, Amy? There is power in the name
Honestly, if
of
Jesus
Jesus.
could do that, just because I'm very confident that Jesus would open a clinic and charge money, but who knows? Who knows? Maybe he might be the kind Jesus. And hey, just go out there,
use the
heal all
money
the
for
people.
orphans and things like
That's
that.
true.
So it would
Could use it on orphans.
Yeah.
And all right, assumption 2, God's goodness and love require him to heal everyone. Well, I will say, when they say he's all good and all loving and other things that really don't seem biblical, but they like to throw it in there because it feels kind of makes you think, why are people suffering? Just a test, James. Just a horrible.
Well, the thing is, like, why would God just designate an entire class of people who are exempt from healing? Like you would think he'd handle it on like a person by person basis, but no. Anybody with this condition, no, it's automatic. No, don't bother praying for it because I won't do it. I don't care. I'm God. If you don't like it, burn.
I don't understand prayer at all, because can you change God's plan or can you not? Like, was God's plan one thing and then you prayed and then you got it?
Scriptures are all over on that. Yeah, the scriptures are. Yeah, they're all over on that one.
By contract, I had to finish that. But cheat cheese. Secret Agent Man. So illness, suffering, and pain are the result of our living in a cursed world. Really, really are they? It's not that illness, suffering, and pain are just caused by the fact that we are biological organisms trying to work out social situations, and sometimes more often physical situations.
Other biological agents in the world, like bacteria, viruses that infect us, and sometimes our body's not able to fight those off.
That is my number one peeve when dealing with anything, I want to say LGBT or put stuff up the butt related. A lot of people against that sort of thing will be like, well, you can see where it goes and it leads to this and this. It's like, no. That's germs. Germs are living creatures, and all you need to do, wear protection and science.
And God didn't, by the way, he didn't have to create germs anyway. He didn't have to create this entire order of creatures that are so small we could never, ever actually know that they're there. And he, by the way, he never told us about them in all the books that he told us. He told us about a lot of things, but he never told us about germs.
Could have told us a lot, but he didn't.
Say that nothing you put in your body can harm you, and I would say Amy agrees with that wholeheartedly. Yeah,
I'm going in deep, James.
Yeah,
going in deep.
Night is an orange kind of night or a grapefruit kind of night for Amy, if you guys are wondering.
Get your fist fruits ready. So God's goodness and love, I love this. God's goodness and love is about to push him to kill someone. God's goodness and love moved him to provide a savior. What's that? Oh, a blood sacrifice? Cool. To redeem us from the curse. See, he loved us so much, he sent a guy to die. It totally makes sense.
And that's to say that, God created us. He created us he set everything up so that, I'm going to set it up, Amy. The first time any of my people that I create, my image, does anything I don't like, okay, after that, I'm going to curse the entire world, and everybody that lives after that will be cursed. All these bad things are going to happen to them, things that they had no control over because the first person did something I don't like. And then they're all going to have a choice. I'm going to put a gun to their head, and they're going to have to do one of two things. They're going to have to accept my sacrifice and worship me forever and thank me for that, or they can burn down there with the devil. I mean, what more could be that? So I'm going to create this. I'm going to create the rules. I'm going to create the problem. I'm going to put this tree down there that they can. I know they will, but hey, I mean, it's their option. And but then I'm going to run to the rescue. At the end of the day, I'm going to go down there. I'm going to be killed, and I'll suffer. And then they better spend all of eternity thanking me for coming to the rescue for a problem that I caused to begin with. What do you think? Isn't that like the most beautiful thing in the world?
Oh, it makes so much sense.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, the logistics of the whole Adam and Eve eating the apple and now billions have to suffer in hell. Whoo, whoo, kind of disturbing on multiple levels.
I mean, did you ever ask to be born? I mean, did you ask your parents, hey, I would really like you guys to have sex tonight so that I can be formed from that? No.
No, I don't seem to have had a choice. Just seem to have poofed.
Nobody asked to be born, but as soon as you pop out, that gun goes to your head and say, hey, sorry, you didn't ask to play this game, but you're in the game anyway. You want to just opt out and say, hey, God, listen, I don't want to live forever. I just want to live my life here. I don't want to have to be forced to believe things that I just don't believe, but I'm willing to forego heaven. Let me live my life here. And no, that's not part of the deal. I'm sorry. It's live forever worshiping me or burn forever. Those are your choices. You can't
burn, baby, burn.
There's no mulligans. There's no not playing. Yep, you're playing the game whether you want to or not. Praise God.
But don't worry, our ultimate redemption will not be realized until you upgrade for $5.99. No, until God has made a final end of sin in the world. Oh boy. Until that time, we are still subject to physical death. Convenient that that was going to happen anyway.
Yeah.
If God's love required him, something Stockholm's about to happen, to heal every disease and infirmity, then no one would ever die because love would maintain everyone in perfect health. What? God's love.
Why would that be a bad thing for God? He can do anything he wants. He could make it so everybody could live forever in health.
Once again, children, bacteria, flesh eating, right out of the eyeball. Where is the love? I'm not feeling the love. The biblical definition of love is no homo. Oh, gotcha. No. A satirical, actually is, but that's also another reason why he's an evil god. All-seeing, all-knowing creator of the universe cares about the nookie.
Oh, he said, I'm gonna make it so that human sexuality can be so that certain people will have their brains wired to be attracted to people of the same sex. But guess what? I'm gonna burn them forever if they actually do it. So yeah, they will want to. That will be what they want to do, but they can't do it because I'm God. And I said, that's naughty. That's naughty. That's bad. Oh, what? Sodom and Gomorrah?
Exactly. Just fight against who you are as a human being. Totally normal.
All you have to do, Amy, is be alone for the rest of your life. Does that sound fine for you? I mean,
exactly.
Why would you not want to do that? Just live out the rest of your days alone by yourself and just pray about. You can spend about 8 to 10 hours a day praying instead of the 18 hours you've been spending since we met the preacher. Yeah.
Let's see. So the biblical definition of love is a sacrificial seeking. Once again, a little bit Stockholmy. A sacrificial seeking of what is best for the loved one. Okay, but do you mean like I like that when you think of your loved ones, we should empathetically think of our loved ones and our partners. That is a good thing. We should, like, it's like a very thin line here when it's like, should we make compromises so that our loved ones are able to live in a better situation? Yes. Should we sacrifice a goat so that our loved one may have rain over their crops? No. I don't. Not the same thing.
Hey, what do you want to watch on Netflix? Well, I really want to watch this movie. Well, I mean, that's not normally the kind of movie I like, but if you really want to watch it, all right, let's put it on. It's just a movie. It's not the end of the world. We'll all make it through it. So, yeah, let's watch it. Maybe it'll be good. You never know.
That is a metaphorical sacrifice. Hey, honey, I have to tie you to the back of the car so that the evil spirits will stop chasing me. No. Not a good sacrifice.
Amy, take thy son that thou lovest and offer him up to me as a sacrifice. Go, do it.
It's always funny to me also that God just has a son. Once again, the Jewish and Muslim versions equally have their own things. They all have their own things. Yeah. But the Christian God, I just always imagine in a sitcom. Like, I just imagine there's like a frickin' God with the stereotypical like beard, the white beard. There is Jesus and just like a cloud. And the cloud's the silly one.
The Holy Ghost.
The Holy Spirit, yeah. And so it's just a great sitcom, in my opinion. Good opportunity.
Prophet of Zod, where he made the Holy Ghost. The Holy Ghost is Robert Tilton speaking in tongues. Just clips of him battling. Yeah, exactly.
And all right, let's stick those thorns in your flesh. The sacrificial. So Paul the Apostle prayed to have his thorn in the flesh removed by God. God said, nope. Because Paul also didn't meet Jesus. Another sticking point that really just grinds my gears in the whole, myth, not myth thing is like one of the guy who wrote half of the New Testament never met the dude. Just shady.
He met him that one day on the road to Damascus.
That one day, I know. Yeah. Amy, he met him in spirit.
Yeah.
Why a blinding light then? Does he just do that?
God is light. God is light.
Was that like God doing a transition? He's like, oh, sorry, Paul. We got to do like a transit. We have intros. We have outros. Had to get Jesus down there. We normally have sound effects. We don't know what happened.
Well, remember when God let Moses see his back parts, those special parts of him, but he couldn't look at it from the front. Otherwise, God's light would have just destroyed Moses.
Yeah, good visual effects. So moving along.
What I see on Walmart.com the other day, a shirt that said, "Work for God. The retirement benefits are great."
Oh, wait, this is an example. This is in the Bible. Let's not forget. The testimony of Joni Eareckson Tada provides a modern example of what God can do through physical tragedy. That is a weird sentence. Like, God works in mysterious ways of breaking your back. I'm open, though. Let's dive in. As a teenager, Joni suffered a diving accident that left her quadriplegic. Holy shit. In her book, Joni, she relates how she visited faith healers many times and prayed desperately for the healing which never came.
Oh, it didn't finally came. Go figure. Oh.
I'm waiting for she accepted Jesus and now she can do Olympics. Where are we going with this? Finally, she accepted her condition as God's will. And she writes, the more I think about it, the more I'm convinced that God doesn't want what am I reading? God doesn't want everyone well. He uses our problems for his glory and our good. This did not even go the way I thought it would go. What the am I reading?
I've only heard that level of reasoning from traditional Catholics before, when they'll be like, well, but if God did not let her, maybe she would have gone out and committed sin if she wouldn't have been paralyzed like that. So God, in his mercy, he paralyzed so she would not then be able to sin.
So she can understand. You know what I took away?
Hell, yeah.
Oh God! Oh, of course. Well, now, yeah, she's broken in this life, but she can get the other. Fantastic.
Right.
You know what I took away from this paragraph is that she visited faith healers and nothing, which that's really my takeaway of this. Like, already throwing faith under the bus here yourself, and then trying to sneak in that she learned a lesson.
God was loving and merciful in doing that to her, because he made, like Joseph, when he got sold into slavery, God meant all that for good, but he didn't know that until the very end.
This was an innocent freaking girl. This is not a mean person who needed to go on a spiritual journey. Okay? If God needs to literally make you a quadriplegic to make you understand God, you are an evil God. Like, I don't even know what game we're playing at this point. Okie dokie.
He is an evil. If he is real, he would be evil. He would be a dick.
Assumption 3, God still performs miracles today just as he did in the past. This is one of the ones I was thinking of when I was looking over this, is that here you go. This is the miracles, I don't know, either 3.0, 4.0, whatever you want to call it. The firmware updates aren't great anymore. And the 1.0 and 2.0, when he was first doing miracles. Yeah. Or the miracles were really bombing back in the day, but now they're just they used to use steel and make the miracles, and now they're using plastic. It's terrible.
It's they're importing them from China now. The miracles, that trade deficit.
Exactly.
Stuff doesn't last as good as they used to.
1,000 years of history covered by the Bible. We just find 4 short periods in which miracles were widely performed. Yeah, the prophets, which is my big shtick to begin with. Period of Exodus, time of the prophets, Elijah and Elisha, the ministry of Jesus and the time of the apostles. While miracles occurred throughout the Bible, you have to put in more money into the vending machine to still see if they work. Oh, no.
As soon as the copper ring sold from Purgatory Springs, John Tetzel.
Yeah, they're not common anymore. Time of the apostles ended, and they're like, yeah, we're not making a new season with Revelation.
And that's that's along the lines of, well, Amy, listen, they back then, they didn't have this. You see this? I found my Catholic Bible the other day.
There you go.
They didn't have this, so they needed to see signs and wonders to believe that God was real. But you just have that book, so you can open that book up and you could just arbitrarily choose to believe whatever it says is absolutely true, and then you'll believe. But they needed to see signs and wonders, but don't worry about it. You'll get your reward in heaven, because Jesus says, how greater will it be for those who never see and believe, because you only believe because you saw. But then he says, how much greater will the reward be for those who never see but still believe?
Even better. Exactly. You just need to have faith, though not in faith healers apparently, because these guys ain't doing shit. Anyway. All right. So that means, once again, miracles are rare. So rare they don't seem to occur, funny enough. Any
Like
ministry,
unicorns are rare.
like unicorns, exactly, which claims to be led by a new breed of apostles or claims to possess the ability to heal, is deceiving people. Faith healers play upon the emotion. Hey, there you go, baby. Use the power suggested a broken clock twice a day to produce unverifiable healings.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
actually true.
isn't that what we're saying here? Like, I'm trying to figure out why she's knocking herself down, or he, whoever wrote this, why they're knocking themselves out at the heels here. This is not to say that God does not heal people today. What? That is what you were saying. That's what you were just saying.
He does it in ways that can't be seen. Yeah.
But not in these numbers. Oh, okay. He's not taking tickets, huh? Or in the way that some people claim. We turn again to the story of Joni, if you really want to, who at one time sought the help of faith healers on the subject of modern day miracles. She says, man's dealing with God in our day and culture is based on his word rather than signs and wonders. Oh, there you go.
There you go. You got
all
the Bible.
you need. You have yours. Let me get mine.
I got multiple ones. I've got multiple Bibles here. Catholic Bible, King James Bible. I'm ready to go.
James. That's all you need, baby.
That's it.
I'm going to be honest with you. If you're putting this next to someone who can't even turn the pages, what the is wrong? There's something wrong here.
Ken Hovind says, I believe Bible from cover to cover. I believe, I even believe the cover on mine. It says Kent Hovind. I believe that. Well, this one says James on it too, so I believe this one.
There you go. And I think...
of course, the cover is the only thing I believe in that one, but...
Yeah, I forget who.
Anything on the inside.
Who? It's Jamie. Jamie? He used to be on Talk Heathen. He used to have the Book of Jamie. I'm either getting one host, the other co-host. And he'd basically go, well, I have my book here, and it says everything that yours say, but it says I'm God.
Oh.
It's the Book of Jamie. His word, rather than signs and wonders. That's right. And why are you praying? Why even pray? Just read.
His grace is sufficient and his word is true. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Lord. Yeah. So
Assumption
they got the healings. They got the healings back then. You just got the Bible. Sounds like
you just got the Bible.
Short end of yeah, it sounds like you got the short end of that stick. Have fun in your wheelchair. But
it's cruel and evil. Yeah, the Book of Eric. Thank you so very much. So very much.
But they're saying that God could do it, but he has his reasons, so don't worry about it. He's got a good reason.
Gotta have faith. God is bound to say, assumption 4, God is bound to say yes to any prayer offered in faith. Well, first of all, I'm having problem understanding why you even pray at all. Like, if he just has a plan, just go with the plan. If it was going to happen anyway, it's going to happen anyway. I don't understand. And does that mean that God actively says yes and no? Like, I mean, that really does mean when some people pray and their child is lost, that's God saying no, right? So there are times he says yes.
There's no.
Thus there are times he says not yes. You can call it whatever you want. There's sometimes he denies your prayer, your hopes.
He can't save them all. He's only God. I mean, he can't save them all. What do you think? What are you thinking?
And it gives like a Messiah complex. Because I know some people who well, there was one well-known story, but many people who survive, and they think, why did I survive of all the people?
I was on the 1 out of 1,000.
And I understand it is very, you want to give thanks, you just want to give thanks to the universe sometimes that you did. And sometimes I feel people anthropomorphize that. There's no person to go out and be thankful for, though possibly the surgeons and the scientists and all the people who created the cures. But generally speaking, you just got to be thankful to life if you make it out of a bad situation, and just try to give back to those around you. That's all it is.
That's it.
Don't need to give it up to... I'd say a higher power, but I want to include everybody. You just need to give it back to everyone around you. We'll be
Praise Iron Ra.
Praise Iron Ra. Somehow. You may ask me for... Oh, this is the... I'm going to the Father. I think she's about to criticize us bringing this up. I am going to the Father, and I will do whatever you ask in my name, so that the Son may bring the glory to the Father. Just out of a funny little notation. I always find it funny, the capitalization and stuff. Just of Son and God.
The Son. He is the Father. Not just a Father. He is the Father.
I mean, I could understand if you're making it a name, though you're making everything a name at that point.
Yeah.
But any God that needs that much respect, like, it's not even that much respect. It's a petty amount of respect. It reminds me of just, blocking the thing out for God. It reminds me of the Muslims who have to do 5 prayers a day. It's just, God is he's a needy bitch. I'm not saying that doesn't mean it's not real or anything they're doing is particularly wrong. I'm just saying that he got a list.
Well, you have to put yourself in the mind of God, Amy, and he's this great, omnipotent, all-powerful being, and he decided that he wants to do this. Okay, I'm going to create these creatures. They're going to be less than me because that's how I'm going to make them. They will be less than me. And then how about this? They can spend eternity telling me how greater I am than they are, because that's how I made them, right? Does that make sense? I am so much greater than them, so much smarter than them, because I made them that way. So, of course, they're not going to be as great as me because they're not me. So, yay. So, yeah, that's what he needs. He needs us constantly to worship and praise him in all things. That's all he really wants, is to have us tell him how great he is. That's the meaning of life. That's the real purpose of life. So
which is definitely a very healthy parent-child relationship. I also don't understand that relationship at all. I try to, but...
Yeah, like the parent who refuses to let the child ever leave home and get married, start their own life, and I just want you to tell me forever what a great parent I was. And that's your only purpose in life. How great was I?
And it also reminds me of the kind of quote, like, I brought you into this world, I can take you out, which is generally not a, once again, healthy parental relationship.
Yeah, just forget about that flood thing. Don't worry about all that.
So some have tried to interpret this passage as Jesus agreeing to whatever we ask. Yeah.
You might think so, but...
and it says, and I will do it, right? And I will do it. Notice first that Jesus is speaking to his main homies, the apostles.
Not to everybody.
Yeah.
Only them.
It was only his BFFs. And the promise is for them and not your child that is dying, because this is a different child. This is the Son of God. After Jesus' ascension, which I imagine was like a musical, and they took him up like that with cardboard wings, the apostles were given to perform miracles as they spread the gospel. You're not really explaining it. Second Jesus twice uses the phrase "in my name." Okay, this indicates the basis for the apostles' prayers.
Say my name, say my name, say my name.
But also implies that whatever they prayed for should be also a great generation of music, consistent with Jesus' will. A selfish prayer, for example, or one motivated by greed. Okay, I'm going to read this sentence because this bothers the frick out of me, because it seems like a humble, non-judgmental sentence, but I want to show you where this logic is so messed up. A selfish prayer, for example, or one motivated by greed, cannot be said to be prayed in Jesus' name. All right, so you're telling me no mother, no child, no sister, no brother has ever asked a prayer for them to get better, an unselfish, just out of their heart for someone else? Because I definitely do not believe that.
I guess according to that person's logic, it's still greed, because hey, you don't want to suffer because you don't want you to see your child suffer, which therefore that's greedy because you don't want to suffer, and therefore it's not in Jesus' name. Which that's not even like the main brunt of the argument. The brunt of it is that hey, well, you're not the apostle, so hey. But even if you don't agree with that, then still, even if you think it was for everybody, it can't be in Jesus' name because it's not, it's selfish. Like praying for world peace, therefore, you want there to be world peace because you think the world would be better that way, therefore, that's still an act of selfishness, maybe. I don't know.
And see, I then want an example of a non-selfish prayer from her or him, because we could just list them up and say, did it happen? You just give me the example of something you think is unselfish, and we'll give you a true or false. Yeah, I guess so. We pray in faith, but not faith healers, because they definitely don't work. We trust him to do what is best and to know what is best.
Oh. Okay.
Great guarantee. When we consider all the Bible's teachings on prayer, not just the promise given to the apostles, we learn that God may exercise his power in response to our prayer, or, as George Carlin would say, maybe Joe Pesci. Maybe you really should be praying to Joe Pesci. You get, looks like, about the same odds. Funny how that works. It's his wisdom, though. Definitely in his wisdom.
Oh, his wisdom just flows right off the pages of that Bible.
It does. And all right, Assumption 5, God's future healing, which sounds like an episode of a Marvel comic, at the resurrection cannot compensate for earthly suffering. Well, it'd be a good start. Start healing shit. The truth is, our present sufferings are nothing worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in us. Okay, once again, the promise is after death. Wow, that's so nice. How nice of you.
You'll get it. You just have to die first.
Exactly. Just trust us. When a believer loses a limb, I feel like if you were to Google how to gain your limb back, you were looking for a how-to, you're going to, they're not going to give you an answer here.
Well, actually, along those lines of reasoning, you want the fastest way to gain your limb back would be to shoot yourself in the head, because you'll be dead, and then, hey, the next thing you know, you're going to be resurrected with a new limb. So there you go. Praise God.
Now, I know they've added in loopholes since then, but that wasn't how it originally was. Originally, they had a suicide problem where people were actually doing that.
Yeah, then the Catholicism, they made it where you'll automatically go to hell, but most Protestants don't subscribe to that ideology.
But might I say, a common reminder, there is hopefully going to be an actual solution, and that's going to be science. There is actually people that are putting their minds and their metaphorical hearts into actually helping amputees having great lives again and living their best. And
that may be a little more helpful than saying, "Don't worry about it. It sucks, but after you die, you'll be in heaven, so it'll be great. It'll be great. Don't worry about this life. This life doesn't matter.
Great.
Who cares? Who cares? Look, you're having 4 limbs or no limbs. You're never going to be able to do all the things you want to do
Also,
anyway." So,
can I just say how easy that it is for someone who is walking to tell this to a paraplegic? Like, how fucking simple and great. You get to wake up every day and just hit your alarm and walk to wherever you're doing and not have to wonder why God works in mysterious ways.
Yeah. But I mean, nobody has a truly ideal life. So God gives everybody trials and tribulations in their own way. But Amy, God is never going to give you more than you can handle. He's never going to overload you. He won't fill your plate with more than you can eat. So don't worry about that. God is in control, Amy. He loves you. Trust Him. That's what faith is about. You have to trust Him. He will never give a bigger. He might hand you a grapefruit, but He's not going to hand you a watermelon or a beach ball and try to stick that in there because He goes fist fruits, not fist beach balls.
Exactly. He would never do that until, except there's situations where that does happen.
Hey.
Also, greetings, Mark. Woohoo! And hi, Claire. Woohoo! Did God promise amputees a rose garden? No, apparently He just promises them to be amputees. Do. Phenomena. Do. Contractually obligated to finish that.
Because if it wasn't His will that they be amputees, guess what, Amy? They wouldn't be amputees. So they're only amputees. Why? Because it's whose will? His will. His will. Okay. There you go. There you go. So how can you fight with that? God's will.
I know. It's just God's will. Love. You just gotta understand.
God's love.
That's right, personal. And we are going to move through the 7. I think she has a personal testimony at the end. And then we're going to be opening up the open mic, but sending love to a grumpy old Blip!
Grumpy old cuss! Woohoo!
Woohoo!
Hail Satan.
Hail Satan. Exactly. It's so funny. They think that we worship Satan anyway. Many of the Abrahamic religions. No, we don't think that he's real. Though I will say, if I had to make the choice, I mean, if you're putting one up against the other.
Yeah.
Woohoo! Sup, the African humanist, and good morning. Love.
From UK.
Ooh, love across the pond. We were just talking about that from Pat. Pat came across.
Amy came across the pond too.
Every time I can. And all right, so what were we? So when a believer loses a limb, he has God's promise of future wholeness. Once again, so condescending, in my opinion. And faith is being sure of what we hope for and certain of what we do not see. Yeah, like those faith healers, we do not see them working.
Don't worry. It doesn't work now, but it will eventually work.
It will eventually.
Yeah. After you're dead.
After you're dead. Jesus said, "It is better for you to enter life maimed or crippled than to have 2 hands or feet and be thrown into eternal fire." Well, sure. If the option is I'm going to break your legs or burn you forever, then sure. Well, I guess the former is the better option.
That's the Catholic apologetic. Like, hey, maybe if you had your 2 legs, you would have gone out and done something bad. There was a sin, and God would have to burn you forever because of that. But out of his mercy, he said, well, it'd be better if I just make it so you can't walk, then you won't be able to do that, and then you won't have to
Exactly.
forever. I wouldn't want that to happen to you, so I'm just going to take your legs away.
Look, James, I'm just saying, you don't have to worship me. I don't think that anything bad's going to happen. I'm just trying to say that this is me and my holy bat, and you know, I could convince you otherwise. Good mafia boss mentality.
God is a mafia, but he's a loving mafia boss.
A loving mafia boss. That's right.
He's the mobster who gives people a stern talking to.
He loves you so much, he wants to just keep you nice and toasty. Forever.
Yeah, his love, his warmth will never run out.
So we're
he can go all
entering
day,
life
every day, Amy. He can go all day, every day, never run out. He's always got more.
Is he Captain America? I can do this all day.
Yeah.
Once again, easy for this person to say when they are not a paraplegic themselves. Assumption 6.
Then even if you are a paraplegic, at that point, if you're a Christian, all you have really to hope for is that promise of being made whole one day. So that actually does get a lot of people through these terrible things, that they believe the promise that they will one day be made whole.
One day.
And that's something that's you really can't understand until you're in that situation. So I definitely can't, I definitely understand people wanting to cling on to hope for something like that, but it just I don't see it as reality. Yeah.
I am all for hope. I am just not for lying to people.
Yeah. False hope is cruel. Yeah.
Yes. Well, it's cruel, and it makes people do backflips to try and figure out why there's so much bad shit happening to good people.
Yeah. You'd think if there were a good God, there'd be some sense of cosmic justice, some sense where in the end the good people seem to do better than the bad people, and the bad people always seem to, fall short in the end, but that's really not what we see.
Mm-hmm. Also, hello to, I see Lucifer and Skywatcher and everybody. Mm-hmm. All right, so assumption 6, God's plan is subject to man's approval. A common theist or creationist or whatever you want to call it talking point is, who are you to question God?
Right.
Which, generally speaking, well, we're the only ones that actually know we have agency. I would like to know where God gets to make judgments. I know you guys are claiming he is the one be-all, the judges and all this stuff. You need evidence for that.
What is your ultimate, Newman? Focus, Newman. What is your ultimate?
It's a giant ice cream cone in the sky. What is up, Willie? Woohoo!
Willie.
One of the contentions of why won't God heal amputees argument is God just isn't fair to amputees. Yeah, it seems a little bit cruel and unusual why he won't let them have miracles. Yet Scripture is clear that God is perfectly just. Perfectly. Not a single thing.
It says he is. Well, there you go. How can you argue with that?
Hey, I don't think you can. And in his oh, and I like this. This is the whole, I said so argument. And his sovereignty answers to no one. Cool. A believer has faith in God's goodness. I know. He's so good. He's so good that he lets everybody suffer and then even more of them burn.
But he's good. He's the good guy.
But he's good. Totally good. even when the circumstances make it difficult and reason seems to falter. Even when reason seems to falter? Actually, I would say, no, that's a perfectly good reason not to believe in faith. Right there. Reason seems to falter.
That's
Couldn't
the
have said
wrong
it better
tool.
myself.
Reason and logic.
Wrong
It's the
tool.
wrong tool. Amy's got the right tool for that job.
Oh, maybe. Always and forever, baby. All right. And the last but not least, assumption 7. This is the underlying assumption on which why won't God heal amputees argument is based. Those who champion the why won't God heal amputees, that'd be us, argument start with the assumption that God does not exist. No, not really. And then proceed to buttress, as I just did that word, their idea as best they can. I really think, even though it comes off a little scuffy at first, it's like, haha, why won't God heal amputees? It's actually a very good question. Yeah. In that, why is it this one thing that doesn't go into remission ever? There are things, diseases that actually go into remission, if but rare. And those get claimed as miracles. But the one thing that we know is physically impossible
never happens. Ever.
Never happens.
Well, they did say before that, well, maybe he did it sometime in the past, but you don't know. Have you been there to watch every amputee all throughout history to make sure God didn't heal them? No. You can't say it never happened.
Yeah, you weren't there back in time, were you? No, but can you make it happen now? Was it all in the past, all of them? And no, we don't start with this assumption. Atheist, even the amount of strong atheists out there, I don't start with that assumption. They will at least attempt to give arguments for why God exists. And that's ignoring the vast majority of agnostic atheists out there that would not make this claim to begin with.
But I will say, so we've just gone through, if you have on one side, God does not exist, and on the other side, that those pages of logical gymnastics we just read through to try to make it make sense that a good God, loving God, could look at people like this and simply decline to heal them for reasons. It seems like the God does not exist hypothesis seems to be the more reasonable one. I'm just saying. Unless, hey, you like all that logical gymnastics, you want to pretend you get to live forever, okay, knock yourself out, but it doesn't seem to make sense to us.
Just needs some evidence, or some good evidence. And all right, we're going to do assumption 7 and then open it up. Maybe I'll read. She has a personal testimony at the end, but
assumptions. We haven't done that since our Bob Larson video.
Assumptions, exactly. But maybe I'll go over that while we're getting people into the open mic. But assumptions, God does not exist. Her last one. From them, religion is a myth, is a foregone conclusion.
Not foregone, but it seems to be highly probable.
I do. I call myself a medium atheist. I think there are I don't think you can disprove all gods. I think there are good reasons for why many of the major religions are not true. They could be. I think there are good reasons why they aren't. It is a foregone conclusion, presented as a logical deduction. Where's my... by which, in reality... foundational to the argument. She's basically calling us a precept. In one sense, the question of why does God heal amputees is a trick question comparable to... It's a trick question. Really? Can God make a rock too big for him to lift it.
That is not
good
at all
question. It's not comparable. It's not a trick, but that is a thought experiment trying to push the limits of what is logically possible. Right. And is designed not to seek for truth, but to discredit faith. It is to show a flaw in the mechanism of miracle claims. They're only rare insofar in events that occur in the physical realm. But miracles, like actual miracles that defy the laws of physics, we have so far a collection of zero times zero.
There are things we don't currently understand, but in terms of having evidence that they must contravene the laws of physics, that we don't have.
Still waiting for it. All right. It's a foregone. In one sense, trick question.
It's a paradox. You're trying like that. That's a paradoxical question to say that God is all powerful. He can do anything, but could he make a rock so big he could lift? And then how you resolve that paradox, I guess, depends on what you think about the properties of God. But that is not. God could heal amputees. That would not be a paradox. He could just do it. That would be within the scope of his powers. He could do it. It wouldn't cost him anything. And the only thing he would do would be to reveal himself to be real. It would be him stepping a little bit out into the open. But
that's a good point. This is a thought experiment. And healing, can God make a rock too big for him to lift it? Thought experiment. Why doesn't God heal amputees? You could call that a thought experiment, but it's in the physical world. It should have an actual physical answer. Yes.
Because he could. So the question, why doesn't he?
Why doesn't he?
It's an act of will. It's a choice that he makes. And if you still want to say that he's a good God and you want to go through all that mental gymnastics and the 5D chess on steroids, okay, you can do that, but that's up to you.
It's up to you. God, okay. In another sense, it can be a valid question with a biblical answer.
A biblical answer.
I mean, they've been giving biblical answers the whole night, but they seem to be
biblical.
Yeah. But they seem to be mental gymnastics.
It's excuses, I mean, is what it comes down to. They're making excuses for why God doesn't do this one thing that we're asking about. Of course, he doesn't, but he's still real, and they're just coming up with excuses. They're apologizing for the lack of evidence, which is like apologetics. Unholy land. We are pilgrims in the unholy land.
Send in love. I think it's Aura Bench. I think I'm saying it right. I butcher most names though. But I'm sending love to everybody.
Amy's all about that oral tradition. That's her favorite part of the Old Testament was that before it was written down, it was oral tradition, and she is a student of that tradition.
I am. Every night I try and practice on my knees the oral tradition. Moving forward, so God can heal. The answer is short. Oh, good. I don't even know why we had to go through this whole website. Look, we could have, guys, ladies and gentlemen, we could have just read right here. Thank you. It's like the Bible itself, James.
Yeah.
It could be summed up in a sentence, but they got to give us that exposition.
Over the age of 20 and under the age of 50, in the armies of the land of the children of Israel, for the Lord God, who brought thee out of the land of Egypt.
Nope. And the answer's short. Good to know. Would be something like this. And it goes like this. God can heal amputees, and it would heal every one of them who trusts Christ as the Savior. The healing will come. That's what she said. Or he said. Not as the result of our demanding it now, but in God's own time. He's timeless. Get him to do shit.
Yeah.
Possibly in this life. Possibly. But definitely in heaven. Definitely, guys. It'll definitely be there.
Yeah, you want it in this life, but you're not operating on God's time scale. So, yeah.
Until that time, we walk by faith, trusting God, who redeems us in Christ and promises the resurrection of the body. The body? Like his body?
No, our body.
Our body. Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Paraplegic's going to be fine.
Well, that's one reason why they used to burn certain heretic, because their body, they believed that the body would have trouble being resurrected because it was burnt to ashes, and that's why they used to actually dissect murders back in England back in the 18. They would actually execute you and then send your body to science, to the medical schools, to be dissected, because that would be an additional punishment, because it would be harder for God to resurrect your body. Praise God.
Wow, praise the loving God.
He is love. He is love.
And all right, we are going to get ready in a second to switch into our open mic. We are Midnight Ranting on Why Won't God Heal Amputees? A very simple question. You would think it has a simple answer.
He moves in mysterious ways.
And all right, I'm going to send that link into chat. But what do you think, James? Are you convinced?
Well, I mean, that all this comes down to is they're not ever, which they never do, provide any evidence of God. They're just trying to come up with a framework to make him unfalsifiable. So, you could say, well, he's love, he's a loving God, but why doesn't he do this? And then they're just going to go through those mental gymnastics. Well, maybe he does, but even if he doesn't have to, because he's God and he's sovereign. He can do it to you in the next life anyway. It's just whatever. It's just once you've made that decision that you're arbitrarily just going to accept it no matter what, then all these crazy mental gymnastics, they just come natural, because, hey, it is absolutely true. So whatever kind of crazy way you could justify it must be true, right? Hey, it's absolute truth, right, Amy?
It's absolute truth. All you need is your the Jeebus, or whoever God that you are, I guess, praying to.
Who does Clara pray to? Does she pray to Allah?
Well, she's a secular creationist, so I don't think she believes in Allah.
Well, I don't believe in Allah, but I think his rules suck anyway. So even if he was real, I still wouldn't believe in him.
And we summoned her. She's backstage.
I just said that because I knew she was. I knew she would be on.
We were throwing the bait. We couldn't help ourselves.
Let's see. Who's
and all
player call.
And so give us a second. We got the link in there. In fact, I will pin it in chat.
Pin it, baby.
And all right. I feel like, should I go over the last thing? I've been talking about it.
Do it. The personal testimony.
All right. Our first son was born missing bones in his lower leg and his feet, and he only had 2 toes. 2 days after his first birthday, he had both feet amputated. We are now considering adopting a child from China who would require a similar surgery, as he has similar issues. I feel God chose me to be a very special mother. Now I remember why I was calling her a special mother to these children, and I had no idea until seeing the topic about why doesn't God heal amputees that people use as a reason to doubt the existence of God. As the mother of one child with no feet and the potential mother of another child that will be missing some of his lower limbs as well, and who we are sending all the love and fucking empathy to the world to. I've never seen it in the light. Rather, I have been his calling to me, and irregardless, we thank. It is awesome that you are even adopting someone, or taking care of someone like that. Not trying to missing some of his lower limbs. I've never seen light. Rather, I have seen his calling to me to be a special mother as a way to teach others of the blessings of God. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. That is not a blessing to God. That is not a blessing. That is not a blessing. That is not a good thing. You going out there and being a decent mother, that's a good thing. This nature being chaotic and unfortunately rolling your son a bad deck, that is not a good thing. Yeah. He is also calling me to give these children the opportunity to be added to the Christian family. More Christians. It'll teach them the love of the Lord. I always find that word creepy. In their special way to understand and we can overcome all things through Christ. No. You are going to help him overcome things and be an amazing human being.
Giving God the credit.
Yeah. Some might find
God the credit for your humanity and your empathy and your love.
And exactly. Time, money, and energy. Some might find it to be a stumbling block. Yes, like literal harm and overcoming obstacles. You know. Some might find a stumbling block. We find a learning experience and challenge. We also thank him for giving the knowledge to perform the necessary surgeries and make the necessary prostheses. Once again, if I had a main theme of the night, if I had to cheerlead anything, it's that frig yeah science. That we actually live in a time where we are getting decent prosthetics. We're not there yet.
Yeah.
But we are getting better every day. That allow my son.
100 years ago. Yeah. The hope is
absolutely.
A lot better than from where we have been.
And hopefully our next son to be able to walk, run, jump, and live to glorify God in all things. But who will have done that? Oh my gosh. I mean, I want them to be walking, jumping, running. I don't care if they're theist, atheist. But once again, always back to this theme. To just give so we can get back up and we can just glorify God. We all know, and then she's just quoting. And we all know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. Well, I'm still waiting for him to... I am still waiting for your God to heal amputees. That is what I am waiting for.
I'm not convinced by the apologetic. I think it's frankly very weak. It's a very weak answer. It's a very contrived set of logical gymnastics, and I still think the overwhelming, more likely answer is that he doesn't heal amputees because he's not real.
I agree.
Makes a lot more sense.
Makes a lot more sense to me.
We go get our buddy Claire in first.
It could be possible that humans need God to exist. Could be possible that gods need humans to exist. Could be. Who knows? And with that, we got Claire and Mark backstage. Woohoo! And we are switching into our open mic as we midnight rant on why won't God heal amputees? Woohoo! Welcome, Claire. I hope you are doing well as always. And we are Midnight Ranting on Why Won't God Heal Amputees. What are your thoughts?
Thank you, Amy, for having me. My ready answer to this is that God never promised to heal amputees, so just because he doesn't mean he doesn't exist. I think, as an agnostic, that the evidence for God's existence will always be 50-50 because we are intended to exercise our moral judgment by choosing to believe in him or not. And that's all how it's always been. And obviously we will be judged in the afterlife, if one exists, on the quality of our moral judgment.
Thank you, Claire. Is that
Thank you, Claire. And actually, instead of pushing back on anything, we'll just actually come right to your points. Thank you so very much for your opener. We're going to get Mark Reed in, and then we'll go into open conversation.
Hey, everybody. Yeah, I got to push back on that. I completely disagree. I only caught the tail end of this, so I do apologize. I was out doing stuff. But this kind of question, I think that they may have misunderstood where it's sort of aimed at and why it gets asked at all. I think the whole point is that a lot of the miracle claims that go around are things like cataphracts and cancer that and things that can cure itself, or the body can recover from it, or it can go into remission, so these kind of illnesses that sort of you can recover from, and they sort of go, oh well, that's God doing it, so it's a sign that it's a miracle. But you have something, and the question why amputees is asked a lot is because that's something that the body can't recover from. It's not possible to grow another limb. And those things that it's not possible for the body to do are the things that God decides not to do. So it's not so much a why is God a dick kind of thing, that, the sort of this seems to be aimed like you're judging God kind of thing. The whole point is, why is it the things that the body cannot ever conceivably do are the exact same things that God just chooses not to? And the implication is that the things that are claimed as miracles, like cancer vanishing and eyes clearing up and sort of small things like this, are just a natural occurrence and not a miracle at all, because God doesn't seem to do the impossible. Well, I mean, some people do claim he does, but we've never been able to document it in any way. So I think that's more what the question gets at. And this whole idea that, you've just got to have faith and believe in God kind of thing is ridiculous. It's more like, we don't have an answer to this question, so just shut up and believe it anyway. And if you be a good little person, you're going to get a reward. And if you don't, well, it's punishment time. You're going to be punished if you don't believe. And then what will you do? Like the Bible verse that you read out, it's better to believe and be an amputee than it is to not believe, and then you're in hell. I think some of these arguments are just sort of there to shut up the people, sort of that go, hey, why won't God heal me, but he'll heal the leper? It's sort of, no, shut up. If you don't shut up, we're going to punish you when you die. It's just threats. And I mean, Claire just responded with one of the threats just there. And from my last session on here, and I heard all kinds of threats from the Perry guy. Claire, there's no threat that you can make that'll make us afraid or believe or change our opinion in any way. It's not possible.
Isn't it obvious that belief in God is useful whether he exists or not?
No, it's not. The reason why is because a lot of different people claim a lot of things that God wants, and some of them do horrific things, absolutely horrific things. Would you acknowledge at least? Would you acknowledge that people, 9/11, killing doctors, the Inquisition, the Crusades.
But religion is always about law and war, and it's meant to protect the people using it, to keep them in existence and apart from others. Judaism is the best example of all. Why would Jews still be around? They've got the hardest religion.
Well, because they killed the most people. They're the ones that won.
You could argue that people are going to die anyway, and you can't prove that without religion, people would stop killing each other.
But if you follow that morality, Claire, then if you follow that morality, then I've got a license to do anything I want because people are going to die anyway. You can kill whoever you want under that twisted morality. Under that twisted morality, you can do whatever you want. You can kill whoever you want. You can genocide whoever you want. You can carry out the worst atrocities, and you can say, "Hey, they were going to die anyway."
No, because the moral system that we have, any of us has heard of, i.e. the 5 world religions, doesn't say kill everyone. The fact is that the reason why they're still around is because they have some element of compassion, such as charity and generosity.
The 5 world religions have still killed people, have they not?
Yes, of course they have, because religion is about law and war. But you can't prove that but for the Abrahamic faith or any of these world religions, people would be nicer to each other. I don't think you can prove that.
Well, actually, if you look at secular countries, they do have a more fair system and they engage in a lot less war. How are you supposed to justify a religious war without religion? I'm not sure how you would argue that one.
I would say that morality and politics are the difference between morality and politics is a difference, distinction without a difference. So what you're saying?
You think there's no difference between
secular countries,
religion and politics?
But then they looted everyone else to get their level of affluence.
Are you honestly
have to go around?
Are you honestly saying there's no difference between religion and politics?
Not really. Because with politics
is to differ,
and we could go down on a whole. I'm going to get Amaretto.
That's a matter for a separate stream, probably.
I think we should have a debate. I think we should have a debate on your theocratic system versus a democratic or secular system. I think that would. In
fact, you two specifically, we've been trying to get set up. We just need to figure out days and times that both of you match up. But I think it's going to be either theocracy or no theocracy, or secularism versus, I guess, secular Quranism. But we're going to add in, because I also have some questions for Claire, but we're going to, thank you so much, Mark. And we're going to add in our social justice rogue, Amaretto. Woohoo! We are Midnight Ranting on Why Won't God Heal Amputees? I hope you're doing well, and what debate me, brah? And sup, Leo? And how are you doing?
I'm hanging in there. I always find this kind of, oh gosh, you can see ignore my broken front tooth. Now I'm feeling self-conscious when I smile.
Oh, you look lovely.
I didn't notice until you draw attention to it, so... Sorry, no, it's fine. Just
it's been a rough 2020. Let's just say that.
For everybody, I get it.
2020 into 2021. So this is always a subject that kind of gets me in, like, coming from a theistic perspective, but like not necessarily. I'm not a Bible adhering Christian. That's
putting
first off,
it mildly.
If we're looking at it, from a there's one perspective I can look at it, is that there are legitimate amputees who don't want to be healed. There are people who actually will want to amputee, like become an amputee or become disabled. That's actually a legitimate thing in mental health that we see. I forget the name of the disorder or the condition, but that is a thing. There are people who actively, like, they feel like they're able-bodied, that's wrong. It's the same thing as, like, some people have phantom limb. Well, some people are like, this doesn't belong on my body. It's actually kind of almost some of the same things that some transgender and gender nonconforming people feel. Just look, it's different, but there's some, you can make some relatable, you know, to the emotions and the feelings. And then, yeah, there are some people like, well, first off, if somebody had to have their limb amputated for a legitimate reason, then, you know, goodness gracious, you know, if they're going to be, you know, if that, are they going to get a new limb that's better? Because if not, I mean, shoot, listen, one of my partners fell off a 4-story building and they were 17. They're waiting for, like, you know, they have pins and stuff in their ankle and everything else. They're waiting for the day that we have cybernetic limbs. Like, they're waiting for our Ghost in the Shell time, you know, because they would probably just like, all right, amputated at the knee, let's go. Give me my cybernetics, you know. But, you know, I look at it like this, you know, from a perspective as well, that there is the perspective that hardships and trials and tribulations, like, you know, everybody has different things that they have to deal with in life. So, you know, one can make an argument that, you know, God or whatever deity, they're not necessarily there to heal you, heal everybody. Everybody has things that they have to go through in life, you know. You know, someone can say, like, my mother just recently passed from lung cancer, you know, and someone could make the argument, well, you know, that was something, you know, we kind of had to go through to get a whole different perspective. And I'm not saying, you know, my perspective on a deity is not that, you know, it's nothing bad is ever supposed to happen to you. I don't believe in that. Personally, I think, you know, everybody has shit they have to deal with in life. That's how we grow and gain different knowledge and perspectives as people. And, you know, hardships, when you go through them, I think also have a way of making you more empathetic in a sense too. You know, you can relate to hardships and trials and tribulations of other people better, and they can be, in fact, a way to bond. You know, just how many people bond over, you know, the fact that they're transgender, which, you know, many places that's a huge hurdle to deal with still, you know, even in Western and more open societies. How many people, you know, obviously death of a family member is a common one, cancer, you know, other different things. So I try and look at it like that. You know, I do believe that there is something, some higher power, you know, but I don't necessarily think, you know, the goal is to heal and prevent bad things from happening to everybody. And, you know, you know, on one hand, yeah, it would be nice if, you know, bad things didn't happen to people. But on the other hand, you know, would that impact how we grow and connect and everything else? So that's just something, you know, a little bit sprinkled, maybe some of that, you know, to the table. I've kind of been dipping in and out. But there was another thing I wanted to say too, and I'm trying to recall it. Oh yeah, as far as cancer and stuff, like, you know, and I think this is the thing too, miracles don't, like, the reason they're called miracles is because they're rare, you know, or they're not super common, or, you know, we don't have an explanation for it. You know what? Like, I'm also a believer in the paranormal. I've seen and been around, let's just say that I can't explain. You know, hopefully one day science might be able to point to an answer. You know, but I think that that's part of the reason, you know, it's miracles aren't meant to be dispensed like candy either, you know. But obviously I think that there's definitely, you know, good and bad ways to go about how we handle topics like this, and how, you know, miracles are kind of used and potentially abused by faith communities. So that's kind of like just a little bit of my take. And I mean, yeah, it's you know, it's a complicated thing, but and Claire, if you are the same Claire who was interviewed or talked about by Vice in 2013, I really don't think you have much in the way to talk about how religious communities and, you know, religion is better, because I mean, you trying to make a campaign to rid Britain of slut single moms says a lot right there about your character.
Oh boy.
And that does
that's
not.
awful.
That's pretty
Yeah,
awful.
I don't think you got a moral high ground there, Claire.
And I mean, I'm a slut single mom. Come at me, bruh. Like, Mark, you want to tag team, or let's go? Or let's make it a threesome. Let's make it a
Are we
threesome.
going to stick to the subject?
Nothing I like better than a tag
like
team,
that,
absolutely.
but, you know, if you want to talk about that, that's fine. Because religion is about stopping the sort of thing, the unmarried mother and fatherless
No,
children.
it isn't. No,
I don't think so.
Multiple religions
I
have
don't-
different goals. If you're saying that, like, you know, all religion is for this thing, I'd have to push back on that. There are different religious sects and denominations.
Which ones
That's the
say
thing. Like,
it's
you have
okay
some
to be
religious
unmarried
sects where the
parents?
goal is to actually have more than one wife or more than one husband or
Correct.
multiple partners. And, you know, you can't just paint it all with a broad brush and say that the goal is one man, one woman in a marriage.
But monogamy makes society more stable. I mean,
No,
I
it doesn't.
disagree. No.
Um,
In fact, I highly disagree. As someone who's been in poly, you know, I don't have very many partners, but I can say this. My general goal is, you know, my general statement is monogamy in this economy. Like, if anything, I feel like poly is actually the better point, you know, to be, because there's more support. You have less toxicity, you know, overall, as long as people are in happy, healthy, consenting relationships and
responsible,
you know,
yeah.
yeah, you know
but
what,
they
like,
won't last, the sort of fun sex relationships when you can have sex with more than one partner. They won't last, and it won't help you have a stable marriage. And in the end, people will leave these relationships hurt and unhappy. And
I disagree.
with
That's
damage
you.
I can tell you
to
that,
the
that
kid.
you know, as someone who I've done monogamous relationships and I can do monogamy, but I can also tell you, like, from me, I'm actually a very emotionally needy person, to the point where it's like, you know, you have to recognize that there are different levels. Like, some people can handle people who are very needy, need a lot of attention, care, support. But at the same time, you know, our modern society and the way that it's structured, especially for, you know, the millennials, you know, Gen Z, you know, even Gen X, to be honest, like, it's not really built, you know, for a supportive, stable, you know, relationship of that manner. Like, people, there's a lot of focus on stuff over bonds and relationships, material things.
You're
I
looking
agree.
at your
I
high
absolutely agree.
maintenance, and the purpose of religion is to make us all low maintenance, because our, you know, relationship with God, and if we're feeling needy or scared or in
You
need of
have some
advice.
really weird
have
ideas
this
of
It's
what
like there's a
religion
lot of
is.
pressure in very many religious communities to work more, harder, impress
Yep.
your church community, suck up, kiss ass. And also, like, you have to worry
Procreate
about
as much as
impressing
possible.
people and everything else. Like, and that's like an additional community you have to worry about impressing, sucking up to. So
But they are your
I don't-
support group, in theory.
But here's the thing, it's not really supportive if it's draining you and if it's toxic and stressful. And there are many cases where that is. And I'm a theist. So I'm
you
saying
really?
this
The way
as
you
somebody,
talk, I thought that you're the opposite. I mean, for the first time, I realized that you're a theist, but you always talk like an atheist.
I'm a theist. I have my crystals. I'm actually Unitarian
okay.
Universalist, but mostly, like, I have a lean towards pagan and Wiccanism, or pagan.
Okay. Because I thought you were saying that you believe
I'm not
in
an
the
I'm not an
God.
atheist. However,
We'd
like,
welcome her on board,
Amy
though.
and I have known each other since we were 19, so I've been around atheists plenty of times. A lot of my partners or friends are agnostic, or, you know, they're like practicing, but they're not super
She has lots of
dogmatic,
friends.
I guess you could say. You know, we kind of are more like the more, you know, we're not going to be against one another if, you know, for example, I've had an abortion, and the religious people in my life are like, you know. So just to give you a kind of view, it's the people I surround myself with. I have been surrounded by people who are Southern Baptist conservative who actually tried to manipulate me and bring me into the fold, which, when I kind of look back on it, I kind of am, have the view it's almost like manipulation, which is a shame.
But it's all about manipulation. Your crystals and your balls, it's a kind of manipulation to make you believe in your thing, right? And the other lot, the church, want you to believe in the other thing. But it's all, tools of the trade of emotional and intellectual manipulation. And again, deciding which one is a moral and political choice.
Well, I think you have a really weird idea of what religion is.
My general thing, I'm Unitary. I identify with the Unitarian Universalist Church. That's where it's like you can basically find the beauty in a lot of different faiths and walks of life and paths, spiritual paths. I don't think anybody has it 100% completely right. And no, I don't water down my beliefs, Sunflower. If I watered down my beliefs, like Amy can tell you, Amy will tell you I can be pretty stubborn and pretty hard set. And listen, James makes the joke that I'm like, mostly atheist, but I'm like, well, not quite. So no, if I was watered down,
85%, 90%.
But, so some Christians don't. That, in fact, if we're going to be real, Christianity and Catholicism actually have taken pagan practices. What do you think, eating the body and drinking the blood of Christ is? That's magic. And, Pat will tell you even that, there's old Christian magic and different, ancient magic in all sorts of different religious paths. So that doesn't make sense to say that, Christians would consider pagans toxic per se. But yeah,
they only like their own kind of idolatry.
I don't think so.
The idea is that Christians are the biggest idolaters of all, but they condemn other people who practice idolatry. That's the most interesting part about Christianity. They forbid in others what they do themselves.
I think you could say that of very many different people around the world, though, Claire, of different religious paths, or even atheist paths. Paths. Idolatry. Goodness,
it's a Jewish idea. That's a thing.
Some people can be considered idolatry. So
it's actually a Jewish idea. No other religion forbids, idolatry. All the other, apart from Islam.
I blame my parents too.
I go with idolatry because it's actually quite a natural thing to worship things rather than ideas. So I guess you could call the Abrahamic God wanting people to worship the idea of the supreme, unique, omnipotent, omniscient, and perfectly moral being, and it has been said that there's nothing more powerful than the Abrahamic God, in theory anyway.
Well, and I think it's some
and
of
so Amaretto,
well,
last point, and then we're going to Bubbles.
Religions and of Judaism and Christianity, more specifically in Western culture, because really, when you think about it, Western culture is kind of what dominates the world in a sense. Because between whether it's the United States, Britain, parts of Europe, goodness gracious, what else has ravaged Africa and other parts of the world for resources, and basically is now the leading world powers in economics and trade and everything else. So we kind of have set the tone. And what religion is most dominant? Christianity.
It is the religion with the most powerful God, and obviously the religions that derive from them, i.e. Christianity and Islam, that they're both.
How do you tell which one's the most powerful God? How are you making that designation? Because so just a couple of things. First off, your definition of religion is whatever you want it to be, Claire. You're just basically saying, hey, I think religion is this, 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 and this, and you're just cancelling out any other religion which disagrees with you. I wanted to answer earlier your question of like what religion, has the single mum slut kind of of thing. How about Wiccans?
All of them, you say...
No. Promotes that lifestyle is what you asked, Claire. What promotes that lifestyle? So how about Wiccan or Satanism or any of the other millions of different sects and religions and denominations out there? But what you do is you say religion is for this, this, and this, your personal beliefs, and then cancel out everything else that doesn't agree with it.
And I mean, you're entitled to your beliefs, Claire, but that doesn't mean that it's fact. To be honest, I mean, I feel it's like you would definitely need to, do some more research on that. I feel like that's a perspective that is gained from a very specific viewpoint.
Very narrow.
Not exploring other, cultures around the globe.
Well, because I see religion as, you can tell which ones are the most powerful and which ones are, right at the bottom, in terms of number and stages.
No, you can't.
Empire.
I don't think it's necessarily what ones are most powerful. It's what ones have people use to gain power across, centuries.
Correct. Yep.
And stop right there.
The religions that have the most powerful god dominate the world.
How do you tell which god is most powerful? You've got an omnipotent god over one side and an omnipotent god the other side, and you're basically saying I can differentiate between the two omnipotent gods and determine which one is more powerful. How are you doing that? What methodology are you using to do that?
And see, this is why one of the things I love about Wiccan and paganism is we don't necessarily have to
methodology. A conceptual methodology, i.e.
maybe let Claire respond, and then we'll go to Bubble.
Well, I mean, you can't think of a god more powerful than the Abrahamic God. I mean, can you?
Sure I can.
Yeah.
What?
I can also think of a god that can ignore logical constraints. There you go.
Yeah, but that would be a less powerful than the Abrahamic God who created a logical universe.
But what if there was a god named Frank that created the Abrahamic God?
Bam.
Well, you'd have to prove it. You'd have to,
No. You're talking about conceptually. Suddenly you've got to prove it. When we come up with a concept that's more powerful, suddenly, we've got to prove it. No, you said conceptually.
Yeah. So because the Abrahamic God is the uncaused first cause. So saying that somebody called Frank created it, well, we'd have to ask you, for evidence, Amy.
I agree. But
suddenly evidence is important.
Hold that thought. So, Bubbles, we are midnight ranting on why won't God heal amputees. The floor. Hope you're doing well. The floor is all yours.
Hi. Can you guys hear me good?
Yep.
We hear you.
Okay. All right. I guess on the question of the whole, what was the title again? Why would God want to heal amputees is because have you guys listened to The Doors?
Unfortunately, I have.
Okay.
I like The Doors too. Which song are you thinking of, Bubbles?
And I forget Soft Parade, where he begins with the phrase with the wording. I once heard in seminary schools somebody propositioned that you can petition the Lord with prayer. And he responds like, you can't petition the Lord with prayer. Because it goes a lot into the whole conservatives praying to God so they can win wars. And that's a little messed up. I mean, I do believe you can petition, just not certain gods. I don't think certain gods, especially the Christian God, I don't think he's gonna listen to you. You can probably petition demons and other angels. They seem to answer, but they believe in trade. It's a bit risky. As for like another conceptual gods, I'm a theist as well, but I believe in multiple gods. I think the probably the most. This is getting into Super Saiyan, Dragon Ball Z power level. It's a bit
over 9,000.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit funny, but let's go with it. I mean, according to the most powerful god is called the primordial gods, and the first god to ever come into true existence was Eros, the god of chaos, and from Eros you get the Christian god, some other gods. conceptually, who knows if this is true or not?
I thought Eros was the Greek god of love, to be honest with you. Like
Take it on
Well,
faith.
I mean, it depends on the spelling too.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
I mean, and that's the thing. Like sometimes there is some overlap. Like different gods. Because of the nature of like human conquest and everything else, you might find that certain parts of certain like different religions are kind of like watered down, or they certain gods might have a different meaning. Like essentially, like I think some of the Roman and Greek gods are the same, but their names are different.
Yes. So Cupid was the Roman version of Eros.
I believe so. You might. I'm not 100% on but Eros is god of love, and I mean,
well, the Romans.
Venus and Aphrodite are basically the same.
Well, Romans,
Venus.
Well, Romans stole their gods from Greek gods.
Like the nature of like like I said, whether it's human conquest, trade, even the exchange of ideas. Like goodness gracious, hello, it's like the ancient internet. Just not as fast. Thank goodness we have the current inner tubes. But yeah.
Also, Claire, her name is Amaretto.
Thanks.
But yeah. So I mean, it's plausible, that could be two different gods, but actually the same, just different ideas and things attributed to them. So I guess it kind of just depends on your general philosophy and how you look at it as well. I know like Wicca and parts like some Wicca, which is like it's a pagan religion. So like some parts of those types, you're not stuck to any one pantheon. Yeah. Working among different pantheons is seen as okay. And that, it's in general, it's almost like the god and the goddess. It's almost kind of like that idea of all gods stemming from chaos. Well, everybody stems from the god and the goddess, like masculine, feminine, a kind of yin yang kind of harmony. And then all these different ideas and perceptions of what each and every single one of those parts is, across the globe. So it's like I can do work with Venus on one day, and then I can, if I'm feeling a certain way, I can go work with the goddess Kali another, and that's okay.
Not exactly.
Like I don't like that's the thing. I feel it's like they're. Oh, hi, Lenore.
Some gods get a bit jealous.
So you said that like miracles were sort of a very, very rare kind of thing, Amaretto. That they were a rare thing.
I think miracles, here's the thing: if miracles were commonplace, why did my mom was a good person? Why did my mom die of cancer? Why what I'm saying is like miracles are, if they were commonplace, would they really be miracles?
Sure, but is that the only criteria, that it just be rare?
I don't think so. I don't think, I mean, my belief is I don't think it needs to, that's not the only criteria, but I think that's just, how it is.
Because for instance, like someone gets shot in the head and they survive the surgery and stuff, and people refer to it as a miracle, and they might, depending on who they are and how they're referring to it, they might say that it, be insinuating that's a medical miracle kind of thing, just a very, very sophisticated, low chance probability that comes out of surgery. Or they might actually think it is actually God's hand coming down and, changing the outcome. And I suppose with your sort of thing that miracles are just rare, and I want to know if you think that a god or a force or something comes down and actually changes the outcome of events.
I think if God exists, my perception is I don't think God is doing the latter, coming down and physically changing things. I think maybe it's more working through,
so it's more deistic kind of thing.
I was kind of how I had like the idea, go park on the top roof of the parking garage and see the sunset like the day my mom passed. Something like that. I think it's more like subtle manipulations of a chain. Think like, Amy will get the branches on the timeline for the TVA,
Go Loki.
So
But-
that sort of it sort of begs the question that, okay, so you've got these things that happen and they're bad things, and like I really love the way that you said, it brings us together and we bond over them, because we do, and a lot of that I've seen in psychology under dialectic behavior therapy and dialectics, where you can see the good that comes from bad stuff. But I'm wondering, like, if bad stuff just happens and we bond over it, what part of that is the God involved in? Where does the God come into that?
I think maybe in finding the strength to push through and, maybe reach out for help, or maybe, sometimes like.
Do you think we wouldn't be able to do that without a God?
Oh, I mean, I think we can. I just think maybe that there might be some. I think if a God exists, I don't think it's, physically coming down and intervening. I think it's, there's so many parts at play into the world. I think it's maybe putting a thought in somebody's head. Hey, that person looks upset. Why don't I go talk to them? When, normally, I wouldn't. I've done that before, and turns out that person was having a terrible day, and I was kind of just able to I wasn't able to fix their problem, but I was kind of able, at least in that time and point, to kind of give them a better outlook and stuff like that, at least in the immediate. And, who knows, that might have helped them, give them a step up to at least help push through further. That's just my personal belief on it. I don't think God is physically, I don't think that, a holy hand is coming down and intervening or anything of that nature.
Right.
I think we got you to deism. That's what I think.
Person. You're a caring person.
Well, I mean, from my point of view, I just don't see a God in any of that. Like, people do reach out and care for one another, and empathy is a real thing that we can kind of see in action in society. I just personally I don't see a God necessary for any of that. And I think it's wonderful that you do reach out and have thoughts and stuff. But from my point of view, I just don't think a God was involved. I think you're just a good person, Amaretto. That's
I appreciate that. I mean, that's okay. I mean, and this is the thing.
That's fine.
My general philosophy is like, listen, if something is having a positive impact on your life and is causing you to have a positive impact on the world, and if that helps give you a guiding light, so to speak, so be it, and that's the thing. And if, you are an atheist or agnostic and, you're being a good person and stuff like that. Like, I mean, listen, I think if there's an afterlife, I don't think a belief in a Christian God or anything like that. I mean, listen, if Amy and I are turn into ghosts, I think we're going to be partying like, 40 years in an afterlife or something like that. But I'm not here to say like, and this is why I tend to gel with the atheists a little bit more on this channel, because I'm just like, I don't think we're going to hell. I don't think a lack in belief of anything is going to say that if hell or heaven exists, that we're going to it. My general thing is, I think you just need to be a good person, and that, and obviously different cultures will have different expectations on what is good and bad and stuff like that. But I think as long as you try and lead a life as genuine, as possible, try to be good to, as long as we try and be good to one another and try to not be, obviously let's not pull an Adolf Hitler. Let's not be dictators, let's not cause immense suffering in the world, that's kind of just my general belief. Like, I think that nobody has, of all the different religions, I don't think anybody has everything 100%. That's why I vibe with Unitarian Universalism, because it's kind of, you can find faith in different religions and spiritual pathways and stuff, and that's kind of how I vibe, because I don't think anybody has it 100% right. I think it's very haughty to think that any one social, group or society, this world is so big. There's so many of us, so many wonderful different cultures and, beliefs and stuff like that. Obviously, yes, like, there is bad that comes with some of it, sure. I mean, goodness gracious, the Crusades and everything else, religious wars, like, However, at the same time, like, if something is having a positive impact on you and, you're doing good and you're not harming other people, and at the same time, if people are using it to do bad, like, goodness gracious, like the prosperity preachers. Is if you're calling out that kind of stuff and you're trying to just be a good person, then more power to you. I'm not here to say you need to be a theist, except if you want me to, and we're in that kind of relationship and that kind of behind the closed doors kind of thing, if you get my meaning.
Oh yeah.
But
I like to role play.
Would you like to do
I
a role play?
tease Amy about it. I tease Amy that I'm gonna like take her to a church just to naughty little atheist.
And
Well, remember,
I
I'm possessed, so I'd probably catch fire if I ever walked in. Because Perry says
Listen, and hey, you know what? If the Christian God is, and if he's like a lot of the Christians who come on here are right, well, you know what? Like, F that. Like, I'll go to hell because, like, I'm just the kind of person where it's like, yeah, I don't think that that's a good moral standing, and that's, it goes against who I am as a person. So I'm just kind of like, I'm not going to live my life in. I'm a theist, but I'm not going to live my life in fear that because I've done certain things and I haven't repented, that I'm doomed for all eternity.
Yeah, and you see a lot of
people.
denominations like that.
People learn, change, and people can grow.
Yeah.
And I believe. I guess I have a little bit of a humanistic, viewpoint of it. I think that I don't think people are doomed or predestined and stuff, and that's just my belief.
And I do want to say, yes, it seems that I actually want to ask Claire about the secular Quranism thing, because I want to ask something. What would it take for you to change your mind?
Yes, I've been asked this question, and the answer is always when a better idea comes along.
When
an obviously better idea comes along.
You don't think democracy is a better idea than theocracy?
I think democracy has led to the very problems that people are complaining about now.
You don't think there's problems with theocracy? There's no problems there?
Democracy has its own problems. Probably
sure, but it's the worst system of government than apart from every single other one that people have ever tried in the past.
There's other systems.
That's what Churchill says.
That's what Churchill. And people forget that Churchill committed a genocide before Hitler, and a lot of the Indians sided with Hitler because of this. Before they invaded Poland, Hitler was a hero because he was seen as the liberator of against communism. He was like he is standing between Europe and barbarism. And
communism's a good idea in theory, but when it actually gets into practice, we see where communism goes. It rapidly descends into totalitarianism.
Yeah, but
and this is the thing too. In defense, I think part of the problem, again, it's the same thing with religion. It depends on who you have, and if they see a way to manipulate it for their own benefit. Kim Jong. Is it
Kim Jong-il?
Yeah, I couldn't remember who. Well, was that the original person who? The grandfather? I can't remember.
Oh God! One's Kim Jong-un and one's Kim Jong-il.
There are several Kims, but it's you know my point.
Fucking Kims.
I think people can manipulate and use things for bad as well, and it doesn't matter what it is. It can be a great idea, but things can be corrupted by negative traits. So I don't think it's inherently that communism is bad. Same thing with capitalism. It's the factor, it's the human factor and who you have and the values and goals of the people that are in that society that practices that particular system.
Oh, sure. I don't think anyone will argue that humans aren't the problem, but I think it can be argued that some systems are more resistant to corruption than other systems. For instance, like the dictatorship of Kim Jong-il, like his family is definitely in charge, and there is a lot of corruption there because it is very, very prone that kind of sort of dictatorship of one family is very prone to corruption. Same with the Saudi Arabian royal family, and same with a lot of these other very, very centralized power structures. And I think that having checks and balances is the only way to make that corruption, a system resistant against that corruption. And
I guess, like, would you say that there's any system that's sorry.
No,
absolutely not.
Claire, if you want to have a response to that, but then the response to yours is Atheist Junior is going to come in.
Yeah.
Amaretto, the person you were
sorry,
looking
I
for
was
was
typing in the
Kim
chat
Il-sung. The grandfather is Kim Il-sung, then Kim Jong-il, now Kim Jong-un. Communism. Now go ahead, Claire. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm asked to answer a question, and I'm afraid I wasn't listening because I was typing in the chat to Bubbles. So what was the question again?
Well, I just that is okay. I just like to, because it seemed like the back and forth was between you guys. I wanted to have a chance, but I'm not even sure if they had a question for you. I'm just going to move to Atheist Junior, who I'm sure
I think the
might
question
have
was,
things to disagree.
I think the question was, what makes you think that a theocracy would be immune to this kind of corruption and problems that you seem to point the finger at democracy for?
I would be delighted to answer the question, because really a theocracy is a society governed by God's laws, and God's laws has to be written down in scripture. So if there's any problem, people will have to go back to scripture in the way that, you might look at the rules if you're playing a game of Monopoly, and to find out, if the other person is cheating and whether you have a right to do whatever it is you want to do. So, and as somebody who is legally trained, I approve of being able to go to consult an official handbook, a book of rules. And with paganism, you can't. There is nothing to consult. All you're left with is
democracy was
priestess
the other
who will,
No one mentioned paganism, Claire. It was democracy that was the thing, and democracy has laws. So what makes you think that theocracy would not have the same problems?
Well, because you may have noticed that Western politicians change the laws whenever it suits them. They change the meaning of words, including the meaning of marriage.
Well, no, I mean,
so the
process,
answer.
Sorry, Amy, go for it.
No, you're good. I'm going to add in Atheist Junior. How are you doing, Atheist Junior? We are Midnight Ranting on why won't God heal amputees?
Oh, I'm doing great, Amy. I'm just a straight up insomniac, so doing these live streams helps pass the time better than just laying in bed. I'm interested in this question that was just posed. I don't know if my audio is okay, but I think a government that's run in a theocracy has a whole host of problems associated with it, because when you have a government where you elect one specific religion to be like the top dog, basically everybody else who's not of that religion instantly becomes a second-class citizen. And the problem with having a law that's fundamentally linked with a religious text is like she said, it doesn't change. So it's not going to evolve as culture changes. Like if you look at the changes in gay rights just in the past 20 or 30 years, you don't get a change like that when you have biblical scripture governing the law or something like Sharia.
So
I think that's Claire's point, actually. Claire supports that it doesn't change.
Part of the problem is because, at least here in the US and in other countries like Britain and stuff, they have tied governmental, like secular things, such as to these kind of concepts from Christianity and these other religions. So now it's kind of like ingrained, well, it's a marriage. And then, here in the US, a civil union might not have all of the same rights as a marriage either. So that's why the definition has changed in a sense, because we, at least, separate but equal it doesn't work. We found this out with civil rights here in the United States. So that's the whole big thing. You can't ask for separate but equal because of the potential for abuse and discrimination. So, the marriage has become a thing that even non-Christians, non-Muslims, atheists, agnostics, other groups do as well, in parts of the world. So that's the term that has the common, that's the symbol marriage. Other cultures, other religions, people do it. So, in words and their meanings evolve over time. Societies evolve and change over time as well.
No, the purpose of marriage remains the same. It's about rearing the next generation in optimum conditions. That's why it says that your two parents should be married to each other, so they stay together and look after you.
What about couples who are child-free, Claire, by purpose, or by the fact that what if you can't have children?
I know someone who don't want children.
They can adopt. Who had childhood cancer of the uterus, and she had to have her uterus removed.
Yeah, they can adopt.
What if you don't want children? What if you don't want children?
Okay, they
should
don't
you be prevented from being married? Should you be prevented from being married?
Marriage comes with certain rights and benefits in our societies, Claire.
Not if you're heterosexual, but obviously if you're gay, you can still shag and shack up with each other.
So it isn't to do with rearing the next generation, because you've just admitted that a person like me with no children should be allowed to get married, and I don't want children, and my partner doesn't want children.
Okay, that's fine, but it's your privilege as a heterosexual couple to marry.
So you're basically saying if it's not one man and one woman, they don't deserve rights.
Yeah, and I find it funny how
it's gross. It's gross.
That's what I got to say to that,
bigoted,
Claire.
Yeah.
I know you're for bigoted
gestures,
but you're going back to a religion that was pre-Christian. And we know why Christianity took over, because it was more advanced than the Wiccanism and your paganism.
This is just a red herring. It does not in any way address what we've raised.
If I can interrupt,
why is your magical sky god better than my magical god and goddess? Like, that makes no sense, and that's very haughty and presumptuous.
I got a question.
It's true that you get great empires.
They mean, Amy,
religion.
But Christianity basically came because the Romans and the Greeks already had their established religions, but slowly Christianity came after Nero made an official religion. But that's just because he decided, or Constantine, thank you. Yeah. But that's only out of just sheer, he happened to do that. If he hadn't done that, it probably would have kept on being the Roman pantheon.
Yeah, and
he did that because obviously the Roman pagan pantheon was failing, and this is what Amaretta is proposing, going back to pre-Christian religion that will just
I
retrograde.
didn't propose that though.
How did she propose anything like that?
She said paganism is better than Christianity.
I didn't say that we all need to say fuck Christianity. Let's go. Listen. My thing is Unitarian Universalism, which is a legitimate church. You can look it up. You can Google it. And it takes influence from Judaism, Christianity, and all sorts of different religions. Heck, even atheists and agnostics are welcome in the Unitarian Universalist Church.
I got a question.
Nobody's heard of it, and
it's
you'll never be in a
skepticism
position.
and science, and it also welcomes, people of different paths, because the general belief is finding the beauty in all different faiths and paths, of spiritual paths across the globe.
I got a question. Well, when you guys say marriage, do you just mean it legally, or do you mean it pertaining to your specific religions? Because for example, if Blair just wants marriage, but confined only to her religion, it doesn't have to be legal. They can exclude homosexuality because it goes against their religion.
Well, I've always found it really funny.
She's advocate. Sorry, Jake.
Okay, Christians, before gay marriage was legalized, you had a lot of Christian conservatives in the United States who were trying to protest and argue that marriage was between one man and one woman. But that's not biblical at all. King David had hundreds of wives and concubines. Marriage between one man and one woman is not common in the Bible. That's why I just find that hilarious.
Well,
It's
and plus, I
America's
don't have a
freaking
religion, so I'm not
Puritans,
promoting
man.
any
Freaking
kind of
Puritans
marriage
have
under a
ruined us
religion.
all.
I mean, I would only see marriage as legal because I don't have a religion. I wouldn't see it as a religious institution, and it's not. The church doesn't give out marriage licenses; the state does.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
once
it's
upon
like
a time,
the
the
point
church
is like
did
that
this
religion
thing.
has basically,
Yeah, I don't care what you want, Claire. I don't care.
But the point is that the church
Thank you, God.
used to be part of the state. It ran the government. That
Look,
was the
Claire,
whole point
a
of it.
captain on a ship can marry two people.
Because he's given the authority to do so.
By the state, yes.
By the state from whence the ship originated. It's all about the law.
Yes.
And the law.
But you want
the
people who
algorithm
are
of
the
human
same
beings.
sex to not be able to legally marry.
Yeah, there's no need for them to. I mean, they don't, you know.
There's no need for anybody to marry.
To have offspring.
There's plenty of
So
need.
why should
It
they be
also
given
comes down
marriage?
to spouses' rights. Like, what happens if one partner in a same-sex relationship goes to the hospital? There are some, like, before gay marriage was legalized here in the United States, their partner would not necessarily be admitted to go into their room or to have any medical rights on them. Like, it wouldn't be
there
considered
are arrangements now that
transfer of
it's something
assets.
to do with power of attorney.
You don't get the same tax benefits either.
Yeah.
But if I could just interrupt, I mean, we're just arguing over because a dude wrote it down in a book. If I know that you think, actually, I don't know if you think if it came from God, but it's just because it's in the Quran and the Hadith that they shouldn't be married, right? Or is it?
No, it's not an Islamic thing because somebody was saying that Christians who didn't agree with gay marriage were making the arguments that marriage is for a man and a woman to have legitimate children. So it's not an exclusively Islamic thing. You'll find lots of traditional Hindus and Buddhists and who don't agree with it because
but Amy's point was it was written down. That's why you believe it, just because it was written. That was Amy's point.
You can see all kinds of eugenic. I hate to use the word reasons for marriage. It is to make you choose your partner more violently.
But are familiar with that word.
So there you go. And somebody wrote that down.
Fucking eugenics.
So let's just go through this for two guys. They go and they say, "Look, I want a marriage certificate. We're gonna have a consensual, just us together. It's gonna be great." What harm comes from this walking away from a marriage certificate?
Well, this is all to do with being able to fight a defensive war, because in the olden days, people just knew that if you had fewer people, if your neighboring country realized that you're an aging society, when you have fewer men of fighting age, you'll just come and invade you and take your stuff. So everybody realized that they had to maintain their numbers.
Can I freeze frame?
This is a complete non sequitur.
But can I freeze frame for 1 second? Two guys, they get married, they walk away, certificate. End circumstance is that they're now going to get invaded, the country.
Well, yes, eventually, because what you're saying is, if it's okay, for same-sex marriages to take place,
folks, we have entered the twilight zone.
You're going to have a lower birth rate. It's logical.
Why can't the gay guys adopt?
It's okay.
Why can't they
you guys
adopt?
not to marry.
Claire, listen, is someone trying to do, I want to do a dissertation on some of this stuff? The reason people aren't having children is not because gay people are getting married. It's because we have been racked with, here in the United States, an over 20-year war, a Great Recession, which has impacted multiple generations, and, just different ways of life being more of an option now. Also,
which means that if you're given an option, you take it.
F that.
And who do you think is invading the US? With the world's
immigrants, judging by
biggest
Trump
military.
Supporters.
I'm sorry.
Supporters have a problem with mass immigration. That's why they voted for him, right?
And
A lot
I
of
just
people
You
have
have a problem with
in
mass
Australia,
immigration.
Pauline
Sense from that
Hanson.
Vice article I read on you.
So why,
you're
like,
just
one
all
of
over
your
the place.
reasons why a man and a woman should be able to be married is because even if they can't have kids themselves, is because they can adopt. Why can't you use the same argument about two men adopting a child? They can adopt. So why can't they be in the raising of the children for the next generation? Why are they excluded?
Well, because the Bible and the Quran treats them as sex offenders. So
Or
we
what
don't want
about
children raised
that's
by
why.
parents sex offenders.
There's no utilitarian reason for you excluding them. Your reason is because you personally think it's some sort of sin or against the Quran or Sharia law. It's nothing
It's
to
not
do
just the
with
Quran that
utilitarianism.
disapproves of gay marriage, though.
After that, we'll let
Okay.
AJ jump in.
What
Go
if,
ahead,
what
AJ.
if, what if you have a transgender, a MTF transgender individual? This person freezes their sperm, okay, and then they're bi. They get with a woman, and then they get married, and they impregnate the cis woman with the original sperm. Is that so they can have a kid? Is that still a legitimate marriage since they can?
Oh,
reproduce?
her head is spinning right now. That's
I better write this down. This is getting
This
complicated.
okay, but I wouldn't even allow this sort of thing. So.
yeah.
I know you. We know you.
Well,
wouldn't.
wait, Claire. Claire, you wouldn't still consider that person
Still be
who
a
is
child.
transgender to be a biological male, so therefore it would be right
Should
in
be
your
fine.
book, right? Right?
Well,
Praise
I
Muhammad.
Or
just,
you know,
we
or
encourage all this
is
sort
this
of
some of your
messing
Nazi
around.
principles coming into play, where just because one of the parents is obviously a freak of nature, they shouldn't be able to reproduce at all?
Oh, calling people nuts. My question is like,
Now, look at Bubbles. Look at the article I linked. That's about Claire.
To be
It's
fair,
from
it was a
Vice, I'm
legitimately
kinda
confusing question.
These people
though.
have seen it.
anyways, I gotta ask a question. Like, why does the authority from government matter more than the authority from God? If you're gonna get
Yes,
married,
I
how's
agree.
this gonna stop you? You can still get
Well,
married.
obviously, the authority of
And if you-
government should come from God.
No,
But-
the government has a real authority. The authority from God is non-existent. at
But
least
the
in my
authority from
opinion.
God is superiority in your position, because if you're true to your religion,
It's just
the authority
fake.
from God
It's not real.
supersedes the state. And if you're gonna use Romans 13, well, you're gonna have to you're gonna have to submit to communism.
Is that addressed to me?
Yeah, because if you're
Well,
capitalist.
I'm not recommending anybody follows the New Testament, which
But
I
if
don't think is even the word of God. I mean,
Well,
it's
if
the
you're
word of
saying-
mortal and fallible men.
the thing, if you're saying that the authority from the state is an extension from the authority from God, you're gonna have to do some un-Islamic things.
Such as?
Well,
I'm not
they-
going to be following, the New Testament.
Well, no, you're saying the authority from the state is the authority from God, and if you're gonna use
It
that
should
argument,
be.
you might say it should be, but it isn't. In practice, definitely not.
All right.
So-
Wait, what was your question again, Bubbles?
Well, why should the authority from the state supersede the authority from God? If you're gonna get married, it should be in the eyes of God, not the eyes of the state.
Yeah, and the eyes of God, God doesn't accept transgender, God only approves of marriage between a
What?
man and a woman, not within the forbidden degrees of consanguinity,
Well-
i.e., no incestuous couples.
How do you know
to
what God
marry.
thinks? You're an agnostic.
How did we relate?
All I
being
have to do is
trans to
know
being
what the rules
incestuous?
say to be able to
And
conclude.
that's what the book says, not what God thinks. Like, you're an agnostic, but you sit here and
Yes,
say,
but an
this is what
agnostic
God
who sees-
thinks.
I am an agnostic who sees a utility in religion in imposing a moral order that will be, on the whole, acceptable by us, because what we have now is very unstable.
And actually, I want to ask a question, Claire, and then I see Dr. Kevin B is backstage. You said you don't listen to the infallible word of man.
The fallible, and that's in the New Testament, yes.
Yes. So does that mean Muhammad was never fallible, or?
Well, the Muslim belief is that Muhammad, who revealed the Quran, was only reciting God's words. They are not his words, because the Muslim narrative is that Muhammad was an unlettered prophet, so he never learned to read and write. And the words in the Quran are not, in fact, his. That is their belief anyway.
Oh, and so I guess the follow-up to see if I can just dig in that. So is the Quran fallible?
Not to a Muslim. But obviously,
That's
a lot of people who
interesting.
read the Quran object to it, and don't think it's infallible at all.
You think?
And the problem is that you don't want to follow Sharia law as it's written, right? You've got your own version of Sharia law that you want to implement. Is that right?
That's right. Yes.
Yeah. So when you said, "Oh, in Scripture, it's completely," I think you said it never changes. It's always the same. That isn't true, is it? Because you've changed it into what you want.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm certainly not, ignoring certain verses. I have to say, when people ask me, so are you going to, ignore certain verses? I have to say, no, I have to interpret the whole thing as literally
Right.
and as accurately as I can. But it
And
would be
other
my
people interpret
interpretation.
it differently.
And
They removed
the whole
satanic
purpose is
verses
that it
from
will
the
be different
Quran.
from their interpretation, and obviously I claim it is better than their interpretation because it was crafted to suit the Western palate better than their kind of Islam.
But that completely undermines your point that these scriptures are set in stone and never change, because
No,
you
the
yourself
interpretation.
change them into what you want, and other
No,
people
the
can change them
interpretation.
into what they
I'm not.
want.
I'm
The
not
whole idea
rewriting
that
the
they are
verses of the Quran.
absolutely static
Mark, you
is
have to
not true.
understand that I'm not rewriting the verses of the Quran. I'm just saying that my
There you are.
interpretation is better than their kind of Sharia, and you can disagree with that. But I have never, ever proposed to rewrite the Quran or redact any part of it.
interpreting
Anna?
Those are
them,
two
you
different
are.
things.
Let's get to
I will say
Yeah.
yes, and
Yeah.
he may agree and disagree. This, like I said, this sounds
Well,
like a
because Dr. Kevin's a
fantastic
Muslim,
topic for
correct?
Debate Me Brah.
He is a Muslim.
I believe so. And so, Dr. Kevin B., we are midnight
back,
ranting on why won't God heal amputees? We're just asking questions. Hope you're doing well, and what's your thought about the subject or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Has Claire mentioned anything about whipping sluts yet?
No, I mean,
No.
but I can only
Is that
get
a
so
promise
far.
or a guarantee?
Dr. Kevin B. used to be a secular Quranist, so people should remember.
Claire, do you think sluts should be whipped as a punishment?
Unmarried
like that.
parents of either sex would get that treatment. It's not just unmarried mothers.
I'm
but also
sorry,
unmarried fathers.
either of
But
the
unmarried mothers
sex.
are more likely to be left holding the baby, and unmarried fathers are more likely to be able to skip town.
So let me get this straight. You're proposing whippings for anybody that has, what you consider to be promiscuous sex and not be in marriage. Is
It
that what
has to
you're
be
proposing?
done. Oh, sorry. It
Yeah,
has to be
it
done.
has to be
in
done,
front
but
of, believers.
it doesn't actually hurt that much if you look at the Aceh province canings in Indonesia.
seem pretty
It's on
painful.
YouTube. It's not that
Yeah.
alarming. I have
I-
It
myself.
really is. It really is
It's
alarming.
supposed to be an embarrassment to the person receiving the punishment.
Yeah, I
Can I
don't.
say
Good
things
idea.
in
Believers.
here?
Yeah.
I think
It
that
seems like
corporal
it's
punishment is
pretty painful, but yeah. Go ahead, Mark.
Wow.
I have myself volunteered as a publicity stunt to go to Indonesia and have cameramen film me too. But the Indonesian government wouldn't allow it, so it never happened.
I wonder why.
weird.
To whip you for being a slut?
Well, I
feel
certainly
like
don't
you're
want
wrong to do
to
that.
pretend that I
Have you been a slut, Claire? Is that what we're finding out?
dedication.
Have you been a slut?
She's
Is
been a
that
bad girl.
I have
Mark.
never said that my
She's been a
morals were
bad
perfect.
girl.
I mean, I'm
Amy, go
certainly
get
not
the
going to
whip.
pretend that I was a
Go get it,
virgin
Amy.
bride.
We love you, Amy.
Yikes.
We love you, AJ.
Oh, did AJ step out? Thanks, AJ. Awesome to see you, buddy.
Yeah, AJ stepped out.
How's that secular Quranism being preached to secularists here, Claire? Do you think they're getting the point?
I think so. I think so.
Oh, we're getting the point.
I think I'm being horrified beyond belief.
Taking notes from somebody Vice did an article on. Totally.
Yeah, Nazi. Like, I'd look up the article. It is. Yeah.
Claire,
Well, I'm
Claire,
used to-
Claire, honey.
I'm used
that
to
picture
Paula.
of you with the Nazi flag and the gun. Like I said, that's not really endearing anybody.
Well, I get on fine with Jews. They don't really think I hate them, and they kind of see that it was a publicity
You don't
stunt
really
to,
think
to
so?
get their attention.
Maybe sometimes.
Oh, I'm
maybe
sure
a
it
little
got their
bit.
I have
attention.
two rabbis on my channel.
She's pro-Zionist, so yeah, that's. I mean,
It is.
doesn't necessarily have to be ethnic Jews, but she's very apologetic towards Zionism. So yeah.
That would be opposite with is Muslims. They usually tend to be very.
Oh yeah,
anti-Israel.
it's quite. Yeah, she holds some controversy. There's some very interesting conversation between theists for sure. I don't know if I'd consider Claire a theist technically, but
I mean, you can't paint everybody with a broad brush, though. I mean, I know plenty of practicing
She says
Jews
she's
who are against
agnostic.
the violence that Israel's perpetuating on the Gaza Strip against Palestinians and stuff like that as well.
well,
So-
I didn't say all ethnic Jews. I was just saying people who are Zionists, so that could be also Gentiles as well.
Gotcha. Okay. It's usually when people when they take to mean Zionists, like, unfortunately, they tend to not include, like, Christian Americans in that because
Oh
that's
yeah, that'd be irresponsible to not.
Evangelist America. Like we have like the most Zionists here. It's crazy.
Yeah, seriously, which is funny considering like most white people, didn't really consider Jews to be white. And now it's like Jews have kind of in America have kind of gone the way of Italians, the Irish, and the Germans and stuff. They're acceptable.
We have another guest
they've-
in the back.
Oh, sunflower, and yeah, well, that's my thing with just my Jewish family was just the more that you go to the right, the more they kind of want Jews to not be white, and the more that you go to the left, they want Jews to be white, and so it is a very interesting phenomena to watch my race change depending on who is in front of me. If that is not evidence that the concept of race does not exist, I do not know.
I mean,
Well,
taking out like, differences in DNA and stuff. I mean, I've had a conversation. One of my other partners is they were raised Jewish. They're not a practicing Jew. But that's the thing. They're actually, it's funny. So do we all remember Sean Spicer for everybody here in the United States?
We do. I do.
Jay's
Unfortunately.
Jay's uncle was one or two positions away from being Sean Spicer.
Like deputy press director.
Yes.
For Trump?
So
Okay.
Republican, gay,
Trump's
gay
first
marriage,
press
Jew.
secretary. Yeah.
Jewish gay marriage. Yes.
Oh, not Spicer. You're thinking of
Well, no, actually, no, not he was. It was
the
Sean
evil
Spicer's.
No,
No, Sean Spicer's position. No,
isn't
it
that
was
Sean
Isn't
Spicer's
that
position.
Trump's advisor?
He was the
doesn't mean
media
Steve Bannon,
advisor
though.
for the Trump,
The-
the very
the
first
guy
time
with
when
the-
first
he
got
was,
in.
The guy with the
He used to go out
Press
and talk to the
secretary.
press.
Yes.
He was-
Oh, okay.
He
So you are
yeah.
thinking of Sean Spicer.
He is thinking of
He's
Spicer.
Jewish. I'm
No,
thinking
no,
about
no,
he has.
Jay's family member is, and they're in a gay marriage, and they were one or two positions away from being. They're a Republican, a military gay Republican who was one or two positions away from being in
Yeah.
Sean Spicer's spot. They almost were that person behind the podium, but they're Republican and they're seen as an acceptable.
For a while.
So I
Yeah.
think it's like Jay and I basically the whole point is like since I think the 1980s the GOP started courting conservative Jews, like whether or not you go by religious or just someone who is ethnically Jewish, might have been raised in the Jewish tradition but doesn't follow, like either way. The GOP, the Republican Party here in the United States, over the past 40 years, has slowly started seeing them. I mean, look, Jared Kushner is Jewish, isn't he? Like
He is, yeah.
Trump's son-in-law.
Jared is
So,
Conservative
yeah,
Jew.
yeah. So, but that's a thing, like, that is discussed, it's eventually becoming more and more like, yes, you do have some alt-right folks who are more on the white supremacist bent. However, I will offer the point that even people of color or non-white people can be white supremacists. I mean, goodness gracious, Uncle Ruckus from the Boondocks was a caricature for a reason.
No, I think Jesse Lee Peterson falls under that as well. Yeah, I heard him talk about the black people he doesn't like, and he's a black man sitting there. It's crazy.
Well, it's not necessarily that he shits on craps on his own race. It's just that
he so does.
He says that black people, they rob, they steal.
So do white people.
They have single parent households.
So do white people.
Which is also
but some
doing
of
by
that
the
is
state too.
Some of that is also a cultural, like, that's not because of necessarily their own fault per se. Some of that is also because of
socioeconomic problems and
socioeconomic problems.
I'm not going to deny you on that point. Like, especially, I would also give you a point on the prison industrial complex as well. It also affects the black
complicated
community.
Problems, lots of different
it affects all races too. Right.
You can't paint these all with a.
It's a lot of different.
Right, a lot of different factors there, but also too, like, basically the state incentivized single parent household, because I think the single mother would also get like more.
They did. That was part of the
from
initial
the government
problem,
if it was a single parent,
and
they would try to hide like the
black
male. To like, even if they were together, they would try to hide the black male when the feds came, so that they would say, hey, there's no man around here. It's just so it's kind of been incentivized as well too. So, but with that, you also have poverty, and then you have basically he's saying that back in the Jim Crow era, I believe, Jim Crow laws, blacks were more moral, they're more upright, and then when you had the '60s revolution, they basically turned into kind of these degenerates that were.
Wait.
Well, I think they were more oppressed, but I don't know about more moral and upright.
Actually, I want to freeze that actually, because what do you mean that black people were more moral during Jim Crow?
They had like a work ethic, and they had a 2-parent household. That's what he means, and that they had a more identity, right? Like they had they were more proud of who they were, as opposed to now when they got integrated. They basically.
Amy, please.
You're suggesting they were better off under Jim Crow. You realize that, don't you?
Yeah. Because
are blacks better now with single parents household and running around and burning American cities?
Yes.
And
yes.
Okay, I mean,
hold on.
That's a narrative.
I'm not even surprised to hear that. I'm not even surprised to hear that. Like, yeah, sure. I guess if that to you is better, they just go around and burn American cities.
Hold on. So,
do you think freedom is better than being oppressed?
For the left, I mean, sure, I guess. I mean, you're an atheist.
I think Amaria really wants to speak. Go for it.
Can I respond to some of this before I forget my thought?
Sure, go ahead.
So, part of the thing with Jim Crow is because it was white supremacy that was still in place. Look up Emmett Till. He was killed just under a false accusation of whistling or something like that at a white woman. Like, that's not that blacks were more moral. It's that they were still being killed and murdered and lynched and accused of crimes and stuff like that because of white racism. Second of all,
I mean,
let me address your point to the 1960s. Okay. So some of the white people had been brandishing guns and stuff like that to the same point. Some of the gun laws and things that were, happened were as a result of the Black Panthers, of black people doing what white people had been doing for a long time and arming themselves to protect their communities. So you can't just say that it's black people have degenerated. A lot of it is because of a response to black people trying to fight for or stand up for themselves, and people of color trying to stand up for themselves to the same extent that white people have been doing, that was seen as okay because they were white. So that's not quite
and
an
they were
accurate
shut down
thing.
right away, hey? The Black Panthers. Like they basically they disappeared after the 60s. For my recollection.
There are still Black Panther
I'm
types
sure there
around
are.
today.
I'm sure
But I
there
mean,
are, but
you know,
But how are black people not better off now? I don't understand that. They're not being lynched. They're not being killed. They're not having oppressive laws that basically restrict them from doing everything that everybody else, every other white person can do.
Better in almost every way.
Well, that was
that's still going
explicitly
on,
for the
Mark, here in the
South.
United States. Look at how crack cocaine was demonized, and you know, crack was used more by poor people of color, but cocaine, which was used by a lot of white business people, especially in the banking and Wall Street industries, which I know firsthand because I've had family members that were involved in that stuff in the 90s. That, you know, crack was carried harsher penalties. People of color, you know, even since, you know, Jim Crow and the civil rights, you know, era, have been punished more harshly by the criminal justice system. And, you know, I'm a low income white person, I, you know, will also face some of those same struggles, but, you know, I can say, like, I've had a cop let me go for marijuana possession. Like they smelled it in Amy was with me. They smelled it in our car and they said, I got better things to do. Get out of here. You know, but if we were black, the likelihood is we would have been arrested. And, you know, there are studies that are done that are showing that, you know, there are certain policies, whether it's, you know, from the criminal justice system or the financial system, banks and stuff like that, refusing to let black people own homes in certain areas, or manipulation of property values based upon people of color, where they lived. If a black person moved into your neighborhood and it was all white otherwise, that would instantly drop your home values of everybody in the neighborhood. You know, there's historical
I've heard this before. So go ahead.
But I'm just saying, like, you can't just say that it's black people, like, it's not really true, because you also have to look at all the other things that have influenced that. And listen, like, white people do some of the same stuff too. If I remember correctly, like, you know, there's more Caucasian people on government benefits than people of color. And, you know, I'm a white, technically single parent. My child's biological other partner is not in their life. You know, my sister is also a white single mother. You know, these things happen to people, and part of it is, you know, as society progresses, you know, it's seen as more acceptable to be this. But
I also it's also that just Hispanic, the black communities, they tend to be more religious and more conservative. And you would think, if you were trying to be like, they need to go away from liberalism and all this stuff, that it would be like, I don't know, the opposite, you would think.
I don't know what that meant.
I'm going to call...
Okay. There's a lot of things.
Conservative and religious.
I want to talk. Okay. Has the BLM? What positive effects have the BLM movement have achieved? Other than maybe like awareness, but have they actually achieved anything tangible for the black community?
I love how you're just lumping everybody into one category, and that's BLM, and black people are, you know, do this and that and the other. You don't think that's stereotyping an entire race of people into one narrative.
Is there a movement called Black Lives Matter? I wasn't stereotyping black people. I was saying, is there a movement called Black Lives Matter? And what is their accomplishments? You didn't listen to what I said.
No, I did.
I'll answer. Because I mean,
what have they achieved, like, tangibly for the black? Like, do they go up in arms when there's another black person that like in Chicago, when the murder rate is through the roof, with black on black crime?
There are black activists.
All right, we're nosediving here.
Who are trying to do the footwork.
Yeah, I know. We can't say that.
Black Lives Matter's whole point was to bring light the abuses and the abuses and prejudice that black people face in the criminal justice system and policing. because policing in general, there is a very bad, toxic relationship with communities of color and low income and stuff like that. So that was the whole goal of BLM, to hopefully help affect change. Now this is the thing you have to understand. Movements are not always done overnight. BLM, the civil rights movement here in the United States took a very long time, and things had to happen for that to go. So my thing is, like, BLM is not done with a mission, and just the fact that we're starting to see police officers facing, trials, whereas in the past they wouldn't have. Now, obviously, we have more ways to go because we need more police officers and more to be accountable for missteps and abuses of power, that especially those that result in, in great physical harm or death to people of color.
And they do have marches in Chicago protesting about, the amount of people killed, especially black on black, gun violence. Just because you're not aware of these things happening doesn't mean they're not happening.
It's just that when you burn a whole city, and I get that, the powers that be exploit like a movement like that, but that's basically the PR behind it. Like, I'm not from America, but
we're getting into conspiracy theories.
But don't you think that's a narrative? That's what really bothers me. Is just like, city wasn't burned to the ground. That's not how it works. There was a protest for a night, and then they play it for many, 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 many days. It's generally speaking.
So you're practicing apologetics. You're practicing apologetics for people committing mass crimes.
Did the city did or did not burn to the ground?
There was sections of cities.
Yes. So let's focus on that. Did the city burn to the ground? As in, they weren't able to.
Then who's playing a narrative here?
I gotta give it a reply.
You're saying the city burnt to the ground for a big emotional impact.
Why would they feel emboldened to burn? Why would they feel emboldened to burn down cities? And
who did?
Basically get away with it.
Who burned the cities?
And don't really face any repercussions.
Who burnt it? Who burnt it? Who burnt it?
And then, like, the protesters of January 6th are basically. I'm not condoning what they did, but there's a two-tier justice system is basically.
Okay, so let's address. You're conflating.
It doesn't necessarily have to be race, but
okay. Real quick.
Well, actually, I'm going to interrupt all of you because I was trying to hide this guy, but like Dr. Mengel, I have been trying to not address because I try to be open speech and all this shit, which you're fine. But if you want to defend that stuff, come on here. Like, don't just sit there and say, I'm going to just put it out there. The Holocaust was real. It wasn't only in people's minds.
Wow.
No. Okay, yeah, sorry.
Bring that on here.
Can I exercise my moderator powers? Because I can pull that.
Yeah, you can, like, holy moly. Like, I am open to having differing views.
You want to debate it, but...
I put him in
Well, if you want to debate it, then actually, I was trying to, like, side-eye it. But...
Sorry, I didn't notice that. I handled it. I put them in timeout now.
Good.
And I hit my breaking point. But because I want everyone to come in here. Well, I am, as I say every week.
We do not need to give Holocaust deniers any quarter. That's
as.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I think Sunflower wants on badly. He's
yeah, and I was gonna say, can we let Bubbles? Do you remember your comment? Because I know I heard you trying to chime in with something, so I want to make sure that you get a chance to speak. Because I know we're all kind of loud.
No, I'd rather just move on.
Okay.
Okay, so I just want to jump in with this conflation of Black Lives Matters equals rioters burning down cities kind of thing. that Black Lives Matters was a protest movement, and you got to distinguish the people that were protesting from the people that were actually rioting and trashing places. That one just does not equivalent to the other make, right? It's not, you can't just lump everybody into that behavior and say, oh, it's all of them, right? Which is what you're trying to do. That's your narrative. And this whole thing
there was still a lot of people, and it was across America, so it's really hard
Sure.
to. And I guess my other point too is our two-tier justice system is that we don't necessarily have equality under the law for practicing, because those people, they got away with it. That's probably the one thing that, you know.
Did they? There are a lot of arrests. Did they all get away with it? Is that what happened? They
There's a lot
didn't
of
get
attorneys
arrested. They were just let go.
There was a lot of activist attorneys that basically, you know, put these out. You know, most of the people just got out on cheap bail. Where, you know, if you're protesting, like
being on bail isn't getting away with it. You do know how bail works, don't you?
I'm not saying
most
that
of the charges were dropped in a lot of the cases, but there are some
Yeah.
who have been held for trial. It's a mix, you know.
Yeah,
Different areas, different prosecutors.
sure.
But
And okay, actually, if you want, say your last thing. But I know that Sunflower actually wanted to ask Claire things.
Okay.
Yes, Claire. Hi, I'm Sunflower. I have a quick
Thank
question.
you,
So, your avatar is a woman wearing niqab. Do you veil? Do you wear hijab or like? What's your? Do you veil yourself?
No, I'm not Muslim, but it's an avatar that kind of gives a flavour of what I'm going to promote, and it's memorable and distinctive. So that's why I use it.
So you're not Muslim, but you advocate for Sharia.
I am an agnostic that promotes a theocracy because I think that's the only way
Well,
of
fine. No,
stabilizing society.
Okay, well, fine. A theocracy, fine. But how did you end up on the Islamic theocracy is my question.
Well, because there's only two revealed scripture, and that's the Torah and the Quran, and the Torah is only for Jews, who are only 0.1% of the total human population.
Wait, there's only what?
And the Quran is for Gentiles.
Wait, what about
So it's an
Christianity?
easy choice.
What about Christianity?
She doesn't think that's
Christianity is
revealed.
idolatry and blasphemy.
Yep.
Okay, so let me get this straight.
Like this channel.
So you're telling me that you are an agnostic?
Yes.
Who arrived at secular Islamic
Secular
law.
Quranism, that's what I call my
Okay,
legal system.
and you're telling me that this is all because you've rationally decided that this is like the best approach for society or
Yes.
Don't
civilization?
think about it too hard. Your brain.
I mean, Claire.
It's the
Claire,
only way to save Western
Claire.
civilization.
I need to smoke a bowl so I can process this.
Yeah.
Claire. I mean, frankly,
Like 5G chess.
I don't usually
I
do
need
this.
to do some mushrooms too, just to kind of to let it
I
settle
don't
in.
usually do this, but only because someone told me to Google you. I mean, I guess
Oh my
there's pictures of
God.
you out there. I Googled you, and when I look at you, what I see is a person who's committed unbelievable heinous acts of evil in their past, and the
Really?
overwhelming.
What are these?
Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me.
No,
And
no,
the
I think you
over-
have to explain. these heinous
listen
acts
to
of
me.
evil, which
And the resulting.
sir.
Listen, the
State the
resulting.
accusations, sir.
The resulting overwhelming guilt basically propelled you into the only group that would take you, which was a fringe extremist group. That's where you now live. You're in a very confined headspace where you're so overwhelmed and engulfed in guilt because you've committed some horrible evil. I see it in your face.
All right, Sunflower. You've got no way to know that, and this is sounding like gaslighting.
No, I don't know it.
This
It's
is what
intuitive.
sounding
No,
like.
I don't know it. It's purely intuitive. But I recommend that
Speculatively.
you should repent for whatever you've done.
Repent of what?
Break
I don't
away
accept
from.
that I've done
He
anything.
wants you to accept Jesus Christ as
Well,
God.
no, No, just you're resting.
Step 3.
Just say it.
Your resting expression is so sociopathic and devoid of emotion that I feel
just say it. Dude.
No,
Is it like, are you talking about the picture of her with the gun and the flag?
every single picture of her is frightening.
Yeah, Sunflower, I got to agree with Dr. Kevin, mate. Enough with the foreplay. Just say that you want her to convert. And
No. I mean, look, I'm not
Go
asking her to convert. I'm saying that look, this person is a caricature of whatever she's trying to push. I'm saying I'm
say
very
what you really think.
I'm a very intuitive person, and
I don't believe that for a second. I don't believe that for a second.
All I'm saying, Claire, is like, you know, whatever you're going through, whatever guilt you're engulfed in, you can't live like that forever. You know.
Does anyone smell that gas going up? I smell some gaslighting there. Someone's lighting some gas around here. Sunflower, Jesus, man! You've got no idea. Like, allow her to. What has she done in the past that you claim to know of?
No, I don't know anything. I never said I knew anything. I said it's purely intuitive.
You're basically saying that you know, something terrible must have happened to me to make me like this. I mean, why not just undermine my ideas using, you know, arguments rather than, you know, saying that you know, something terrible happened?
Because your ideas are so unviable that they're not. It would be a waste of breath. I don't have to undermine them. They'll undermine themselves. They're a joke. Like secular Quranism. That sounds like a meme. Like, no, it's never gonna, like, even Muslims wouldn't support that.
Well, if it's so irrational and unbelievable and just it undermines itself, then it should be fine to argue against it rationally instead of just making.
Well, it would be fine to. I'm not interested in doing that. I want to get to the deep-seated thing that's you know, causing all. Like, this is interesting to me. Truly.
So I mean, what makes you say that Muslims won't accept secular Quranism? Just in your own
just the nature of the caliphate, the nature of you know, they want a theocratic Quranism. They don't want secular. Why would they want? Show me a majority Islamic state. Show me a majority Islamic state that wants to move towards a secular interpretation of Sharia or Quranism. None.
There would be 6 Sharia theocracies in the world. All right, there's 6 of them already. But
they're not secular. They're not secular. Do you know what secular means?
She's not advocating for a secular organization. She's arguing for a theocracy.
She just said what is secular Quran? That's what I'm asking. What's secular Quranism? It sounds.
I don't know.
Well, first,
it sounds like an oxymoron.
Yeah, it does.
If you'll you know, stop a bit with the speculation and accusations. It's the Quran as I interpret it for Westerners, really. So it's going to be a more liberal interpretation and not like their kind of Sharia at all. Certainly not the kind you have learned to hate and fear.
Do you guys see why this sounds like a joke? Like, what universe do you live in?
But if it's more liberal, wouldn't you change it? If you're making it up, Claire, why not just add the gays can get married?
So nonsensical. Like the 1 billion people.
I can't deal with any of the verses.
Claire, the billion plus Muslims. So if anyone's going to be on your side, Claire, it's the actual Muslims. And they're going to ditch the secular part and just say, no, let's just do Quranism. Why would we use secular Quranism? So what you're saying is just...
I'm saying Westerners should adopt it and
why
then
would Westerners that are the foundation of Western society's liberalism, why would they
go to Sunflower? The very first thing they're going to do is change it into a more fundamental religious theocracy. That's the first thing.
Right, of course.
Which is why Westerners should say
Islamic theology. She's a gateway, basically. She's like the Stephen Crowder of...
You're basically saying, like, why don't we just move into secular fundamentalism? Like, what? It doesn't. You realize that the word secular itself is more or less incompatible with radical, like, religious
I got to agree with sunflower. It's an oxymoron.
That's like these two words are
I
literally.
wish to emphasize to you, Sunflower, that the whole point of secular Quranism that it guarantees freedom of belief, and it is also my belief that the First Amendment was based on chapter 2, verse 256 of the Quran, which says
No,
there is no compulsion in
point.
belief. Truth stands clear from error. That is what I believe the First Amendment was based on. So if you did adopt it, you'd get the First Amendment in your Western country.
But are you interested in a practical ideology, or are you just interested in like this thing you made up that sounds utopian? Would be to put it gently.
It's not utopian because it's perfectly capable of being, put into. In theory, it's capable of being practiced. I know
that's what a utopia is. It's capable in theory.
It's not even capable. Yeah, in theory, in a world where. In a world where everyone in Western civilization, I don't even know. This is why I thought it was a troll. Like the only people that support the Quranism part of Quranism aren't interested in the secular part, and the only people that support the secular part aren't interested in the Quranism part. Yep. I don't know if you could find 5 people that actually support both of those things simultaneously, besides just you.
It's meant to appeal to conservatives in the West.
You think conservatives in the West would prefer secular Quranism to just Christianity? Why would they not just support Christianity? They're already Christian. Why would they not just support some kind of
I'm just saying Christianity doesn't work anymore.
No, but we're talking about practicality here. Why would these people, the conservatives in the West, would they not more readily adopt a fundamental archaic version of like Christian law than just saying like, no, I'm going to abandon the religion I have.
Because of the burnt and bloody history of Christianity is that Christianity only worked when these so-called Christian governments were prepared to burn heretics at the stake.
Again, this is not about practicality, though. How do you plan to convince Western civilization?
Okay, this is it. I thought of the idea in 2009, and nobody in the alt-right or anywhere else has thought of anything better. I mean,
so you're trying to go viral. You're trying to go viral with the worst idea ever, and you're still latched onto this like meme phrase. Like
this is the leader of the alt-right, Claire Call, leader of the alt-right.
Claire,
we have Q. Q is in here. Yes.
Wow.
I'm telling you, Claire, you're gonna have to break away from this. I don't know what even it is.
As much as it pains me, I have to agree with Sunflower. It's one of the dumbest ideas I've ever heard in my entire life.
It is literally the dumbest idea ever. It's not even.
It breaches a few taboos. I know.
No,
like taboos, whipping people. Yeah, that's not a few taboos. That's like basic human rights.
This is practice in colonial America. This lashing of unmarried parents.
Just because people did things in the past doesn't make it right to have done it.
Laws.
Yeah, just because people did stuff in the past doesn't make it right for them to do.
There are some laws that are eternal and universal, Mark.
Like what?
Such as marriage, because that's the only way humans can reproduce and rear their children properly.
What are you going to do what are you going to do when the secular Quranists just figure out that you're not? Like, why would they not just? Why even invoke the Quran if it's secular? Why not just say?
Because there is no better guide
I've got a better system
other than the Quran.
Actually,
why just not write your own system and say this is better?
But I guess
exactly, yeah. You could just be inspired by the Quran.
But my question, as someone who's a big fan of secularism, you can even say secular humanism, what is the current secularism not doing for you? Like, what is? I guess what's the problem? It seems like it's working well.
Well, the problem seems to be a lot of people are not happy in America, with the stolen election, or certainly Trump supporters.
She didn't say that. YouTube algorithm. Continue. You're good.
well, that's it, and people are not really happy with Biden. And,
This is wondering when this child's going to be
there's a lot of
struck down.
stuff.
But this is the happiest time.
Other countries don't like.
No.
This is people are the happiest they have ever been.
Are
I
they
would have
actually
just
happy?
been
No.
Claire,
Are they
why
actually
couldn't
happy?
you just
Yeah,
It depends. It's in the eye of the beholder, really.
Claire,
Like,
why
who's
couldn't you
happy?
come up
Well,
with
we can do studies and poll people and find out how
Some people want to go back to the 60s.
how
Okay,
happy
wait,
they
wait,
are with
wait,
their.
Do
quick-
people have faith
quick
in their
question.
institution? Let's do a poll on that.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not, but I mean,
Claire, why
a
couldn't
lot
you
of the
just
time in the past, it wasn't that they didn't have faith in their institution. Their institution was, whipping them and killing them and basically brutalizing them into subservience.
That's always
Isn't that
been
what
how
it's doing
been.
right now?
Whipping me?
Yeah, but
No,
here's
I haven't
the
been
thing.
whipped by an
This is the
institution
thing about the
lately.
internet
Hate
is we can
speech.
exchange these ideas, and now
Hate
there are ways
speech.
people can organize and protest and speak out.
Oh, I'm
And we're
sure.
more aware of these things. Like, listen,
Yeah.
no
But you
society
can.
is going to be sunshines
You
and
can.
unicorn farts and
We
rainbows.
can't.
Like, there's always going to be problems, and just because we acknowledge problems doesn't mean that we're not enthusiastic and eager to change it and make it better. But it also doesn't mean like that there's not any happiness at all. There are problems for sure, and some of these problems have resulted from decisions made by wealthy upper class people and politicians, of course, but we're eager to make change.
That's the thing. Change will always make somebody unhappy. You're gonna have unhappy groups. You're never gonna take a communist, put him in a successful liberal capitalist society. He'll never be happy that way. The only way he can ever be happy is in his communist nature. Same with Islam. You'll never take it doesn't matter how well your utopia is working. You can never take the hood out of somebody. You can never take the communism or the capitalism or the Islam from within them. They will never be happy that way. They're only happy in their nature.
Sure, but you can do things that will sort of benefit the society as general and make a functioning, healthy, happy society in general. Like, for instance, you give healthcare and things like that.
No,
Society is better off for it.
Claire,
Yes.
why don't you just propose a new system?
Sure, but that's an individual, not like a lot of people.
Claire, why don't you propose a new system that's inspired by Islam, but just like perfects it and it's a new thing? Why are you piggybacking under the domain of Islam when it's so largely non-secular? Why don't you just create a system that's inspired by Islam? It has almost identical, laws and standards.
Secular Quranism is inspired by Islam.
So when I just
Well, no. Why are you even
Natural
invoking the Quran? Why don't you
Because
invoking
it's
just make
the
up
best available
Quoism
argument.
and
Come join us.
No,
We're inviting you,
Claire,
Dawa
I'm asking you,
style.
why are you invoking the Quran at all? It's not a secular book.
Because there is no guide to humanity that people can even agree on. So even atheists
Write it.
and
Write the
Islamophobes
guide.
who hate my
Get off-
idea.
look,
can't
you've had
pick up a
12
different
years.
book.
Come on,
You've
Claire.
had
You're an
You've had
academic.
12
You're a smart
years
person.
since you coined this
You can do
term.
it.
Yeah, you've had 12
I want to
years
see Quoism. That's what I want to see.
Why don't you just
Well,
get inspired by
goodness,
Islam and write the new guide?
secular Quranism.
Okay, watch it, guys.
This
This might be
biggest idea.
starting. This might be like Hitler's turning point. We might be starting.
Yeah.
No, because I'm calling this for what it is. Because honestly, Claire, why don't you author the new book that will be the blueprint for the future of civilization?
Stop, Sunflower. There's a Mein Kampf coming anytime
A
soon.
mortal and fallible woman, and when I go, people will say,
Wait, what's your answer? Why?
Let's go. Let's do our thing.
Wait, I missed that. Why aren't you doing it?
If I wrote something, people will just say it's just your idea, right? And
But the only people that care about Islam and the Quran are not secular people. That's why the idea is so demented. The only people you're going to
continue
hook.
because Muslims will continue to exist as a group, and people want to, link their identity
they're going to be.
to
They're
a
going to
powerful
become.
group.
The more Islam becomes powerful, they're going to remove all the secular stuff. Do you not realize
Remember
that?
my comment earlier about no matter
Like,
what is
do you have
live
any
a good
other
life and don't
arguments,
cause harm to
Sunflower?
others? I think we might be might be violating that tenet right now.
Well, not right now. I don't. I have obviously other arguments in general.
She could be the next Adolf Hitler. We could be ending the world as we know it.
But Claire,
You
why
deserve
not?
jail for
Why
history.
not?
Lacks the charisma for that, but sure.
Yeah.
But Claire, why not just join Team Secular? That is what we're trying to spread anyway. We're
I'm calling
trying.
it secular Quranism. I'm thinking of you guys who don't agree with it, and I'm saying I call it secular Quranism because obviously, if you're religious, you would want to obey those rules because you believe in God. But for your secular reasons, you would obey the rules because you don't want to be punished, not because you want to please God and obey His
Submit to the
laws.
Quran.
So
But
that's
wouldn't
why I
you
call it
kind of
secular
say
Quranism.
the secular is almost like the marketing point? It's like, come on, guys, it's totally not the Quran. It's definitely 50% more
Right.
secular.
You just said
How do you
it's
see
trying to
it?
focus
I'm
so you
hoping.
won't be punished.
That's
You just
exactly-
Like put
basically
a mustache and a hat on the Quran.
Exactly. That's what it is.
Atheists
Well,
might
Hitler was a Muslim.
appreciate
Well, he
a
was
20%
sympathetic to
flat
Islam.
rate income tax, or the abolition of usury to make property prices affordable again, so we can, start afresh after banning
Okay.
usury, which has
Claire, are
advantages
you
for
familiar
atheists.
with how things work in theory versus how they work in practice?
Yeah, of course.
Also, Claire, you're
show
being called
me-
an agent of the Chinese Communist Party in chat.
Claire, show me a successful
Secular Quranism for China too.
You have one example of a secular Quranist
Chinese
state.
CCP.
I can.
agents.
What's your example of a secular Quranist state that's not collapsed immediately before it even got off the ground?
It hasn't been tried. So
That's like the socialist argument. This is
No, I
the,
can give you an example.
now it just sounds like you're no
can
true
give it-
Scotsman for socialism.
No, I
It's
can
just
give you an
I think
example.
Bubbles wants
Take a
to
breath. Take a breath.
I can
It's
give
not
you
a serious
example.
person. Just take a breath.
Well, I'm just wondering, why not just move to Syria?
No, I don't want to move anywhere. The whole point is to give Westerners who don't
save the
have a
world.
moral system something, something
But they
to fall
don't
back
want
on.
What if we don't want it, Claire?
They don't
Bubbles
That's
right.
okay.
They don't
don't
want
want it, but I'm just saying the option is there, and
But it's basically saying that they don't want it, but if they don't accept it, they're going to be punished under this system.
No. I mean, obviously, if they all reject it forever, then it'll never happen. But I'm saying, if that happens, the West will descend into a series of failed states.
Do you think
And
women
that would
should
be terrible and sad.
Do you
But
think
the
women
option
should
at least is there now.
Do you think women should veil?
No, because the Quran doesn't say women should cover their faces.
Your avatar is a woman in a niqab.
No, but that's kind of my signature now, so I kind of need to. It's part of my identity.
What do you want? What do you
She wants to restore the patriarchy.
Do you wear a sunflower in your hat, Sunflower?
I mean,
if I ever stumble upon one that's as picturesque as the one in my avatar, I would absolutely put it in that hat. I lost that dang hat, but I've been looking for it.
Well, if you don't wear a sunflower in your hat, why is your avatar wearing a sunflower?
I guess because the accessory in my avatar is just for fun. It doesn't impose a severely sexist concept on an entire
sounds gay
50% of the population.
I'm sorry, did you just?
There's no
Nothing wrong with that. First and foremost.
Yeah.
Homosexuality is a sin.
Imagine.
Well, he's not a secular Quranist. He's just a Quranist.
Imagine my avatar was like a close up of a yarmulke on a guy's head, and I was a Jew, and then everyone was like, "Do you wear the yarmulke?" I'm like, "No, I don't believe in it, but it's just part of my identity." But I was pushing for Hebrew law. That would just be so bizarre.
What's your thoughts on restoring the patriarchy? Do you think the patriarchy is good or bad?
The patriarchy already still exists. It's people say oh, there's a matriarchy. No, I'm sorry. Feminism is taking over, but men are still very much in control, 100%. That has
natural.
not.
It's just giving a name to something that's already there.
Yeah, I mean, restoring the patriarchy again. This is a meme. This is straight out of just the alt-right internet, the caverns of the alt-right internet.
It's no secret cabal of men going behind closed curtains and
That's basically what the world is, dude. I'm sorry to break it to you.
Name one.
People who are seeing women get more autonomy and things changing and people being scared of change and thinking, we should go back to the good old days when I didn't have to acknowledge that people have struggles and stuff like that.
Well,
that
I'm
A
more
lot of
concerned with
women regret
women
going
don't
to
want
getting a
autonomy.
college degree.
Women don't want autonomy ultimately. Okay, the
Sorry?
listen.
I want autonomy. Are you
No,
kidding
no.
me?
Have you spoken to women?
Listen,
I don't want to have to rely
yes,
on
I'm in a
No,
Mark.
women
I'm
don't need
in a
autonomy.
committed relationship. I live with my girlfriend. Listen to me right now. Any well-adjusted, mentally, emotionally healthy adult woman wants her male, if she's heterosexual, wants the male partner to be assertive, in charge, to sort of take the lead, to sort of lead the way. Yes. Well, then I'm sorry to break it to you. Then you're probably not well-adjusted and mentally healthy and emotionally healthy. This is the natural. This is 100% true.
This is from
So
a
when
person
did you
that
get
has
your
a
psychology
background.
degree?
Just keep that in mind.
When did you get your psychology degree, Sunflower?
Or equal, 50-50. You're just saying we don't exist, and that's kind of bullshit.
What? No. Listen.
How long have you been with your partner for, Sunflower?
Not relevant. Listen.
No, well, how long have you been with your partner for?
Not relevant. Listen.
How long have you been with your... It's a simple question. Just give me a rough time.
Well, it's a simple question. I'm not answering it.
Well, I've been with mine for 17 years.
Oh, whoop-de-doo.
Well, okay, that's great.
I mean...
Does she peg you too?
The baseline hormonal...
I'm sorry, what did you say?
The baseline...
Peg you too? Does your girlfriend peg you?
Okay, that's...
What an absolute trash bag question. Wow, you've got no class, do you?
Why the one who participates in that activity? That was me.
Yeah.
Listen.
99% of women...
to know you guys, that's all.
99%
you're being an
women,
asshole, but sure.
Women are not, generally speaking, capable of violence when push comes to shove.
Look, I don't think you should be talking for women, Sunflower. I think you need your balls need to drop it first, and then you can start talking about women.
This is not even about physical stature. A woman doesn't have the innate sort of hormonal, drive to, if it comes down to it, to beat someone to death.
Are you sure?
Yeah, they do.
No.
Have you ever seen a mother when their kids are threatened? Are you shitting me?
Okay, that's kind of a weird.
I heard a mother can lift a car, if.
No, yeah, but okay, wait. But how often do you see
I'm just saying that's
Okay, how many women have beaten men to death? You think in the 2020, compared to how many men have beaten someone to death?
Well, I'd say there's still
in a world where
what's that got to do with anything?
I can explain it.
I can settle this real quick.
In a world where women
making an argument for men being like ooga booga cavemen, and women. I can have a case for women, a matriarchal society, because
listen.
there's not as much
One more sentence. One more.
And I love how you sit on a panel and tell women what they want. I love that. It's just, here, women, this is what you want and what you're capable of, and you're part of the problem.
He's mansplaining.
Absolutely.
One more sentence. In a world where men are constantly trying to hurt, rape, and or kill women, it makes sense that a woman would want a man to give them some sort of protection against those other imposing men, because women are generally speaking not interested in trying to fight back against a like you said,
it's called self-defense classes and a gun.
I'm not saying they shouldn't. I'm not saying they should.
I'm saying
I'm not saying they should not. I'm saying they should, but it makes a lot more sense for them to also get a relationship with a man that can help them. That simply is biology. I'm sorry to break it to you. That's biology.
That is not how the modern world works, and I sincerely doubt your credentials, Dr. Sunflower.
Okay,
I doubt your credentials to make any psychological statement.
It's biology. Look it up.
Dr. Flower.
Dr. Flower. Yeah, Dr. Flower, you've got to go back to college, back to university.
Have you ever heard the
get your master's?
Why do you think that women generally want a guy taller than them?
Sunflower, just give me 10 minutes with your girlfriend. I'll convince her to peg you, and you'll be okay.
I am astounded you have a girlfriend. If that's
why do you guys think girls generally want a guy taller than them? Is that biological evolution?
Doesn't have
Is that
evolution? Yeah. It's evolution.
Yeah. Oh, really? Exactly. That. Okay. Do you think that maybe it's because women select for men that can protect them physically?
That's probably part of it. Yeah.
The funny thing is, the closest things to us are chimpanzees and stuff, and their societal structure is a troop, which, guess what, is matriarchal. So you could make a very, very definitive case that a matriarchal structure. None of the stuff that you have said so far, even if it was true that women go for men that are big and can protect them, kind of thing, has no bearing on whether men should be in some way in control of women. It's nonsense.
I never argued about. Wait, I never once this entire time said ought. I said it is the case that so and so and so. I didn't say it ought to be the case that so and so is so. Right? It is the case that women innately desire men that are physically imposing.
You are tapped in the head. You've got no idea what you're talking about. You've got no credentials to make that kind of designation, and you sit there and mansplain to the women what women want. It's nuts.
Generally speaking, not every single woman on earth, obviously, but generally speaking, what I'm saying is 100% true.
Yeah.
Sunflower, you're going to be very lonely, sir.
The more that people
he's gonna have like multiple wives.
Points, like that makes it harder for people like me who don't want that 1950s housewife model.
Well, I'm not even talking about that. I'm sure a man that can physically protect you.
Some of that stuff you are talking about is echoed in the 1950s housewife model, which was what I kind of grew up in and was toxic as heck.
Okay, an intruder breaks into your home in the middle of the night. He's screaming, he's foaming at the mouth, and he's about to try to kill you. Would you rather try to fend this person off on your own, or have a husband who's prepared to kill him without even blinking? Which one of these would you prefer?
I mean, you're assuming that I have a husband, but I'm.
No, I'm not. I'm saying no. Would you rather have a man in your house that's willing to?
I'd rather listen because men can be taken down just as easily as women.
No, they can't.
Listen, I have a fucking katana in my fucking closet.
No, they can't be taken down. I'm sorry to break it to you. Men can't be taken down.
I differ. I've taken down military people. I've had someone in an arm.
Exception, Amaretto. Look, okay.
I had a gentleman say I should actually be a trained go.
All right, Wonder Woman. All right, you go, girl. You're the exception.
Wrestling or something like that.
Well, so you ask a question, Sunflower, then get upset when she gives you an answer. That's great.
Okay,
I'm trying to give you a thorough response. I'm saying that you have some perceptions that are inherently sexist.
Yep.
And I think you need to actually expand. No, you need to, I'm telling you, for your own good, you should expand the circle of who you talk to, because I think you'll find that most people would want, it doesn't matter their gender, sexuality, what have you, would prefer to, be able to defend themselves and have, of course people want competent backup, but I'm just saying, I don't need a husband to back me up. I want to be able to defend myself, because what happens if that person is taken out? I'm fucked.
Wait,
if me and this person know how to do some shit?
I'm sorry. I'm sure you do want to be able to defend yourself. Can you? You think in a cage fight, in a butt naked cage fight to the death, do you think you're actually equipped to kill a man with your bare hands?
If you were against Amaretto, I would bet on her, Sunflower, from what you sound like.
Very funny.
Seriously, you sound like a 13-year-old.
Sunflower, sweetie, I would probably... Do you want death by snooze stew? I will give you death by snooze stew.
Dude, I would bet on her over you any day of the week. I'm sorry.
Is that supposed to be a joke or a relevant point? Or both?
No, it's relevant. You sound like an absolute pussy.
That in itself is just a lose-lose situation.
I think
invoking the anecdote of
Sweetie, anything with me is a win.
I think Sunflower is making a very bad argument. I agree with Sunflower.
Yeah.
You guys don't. It's shocking to me that you guys don't think that.
I'll explain what Sunflower is trying to say. Beauty seems to be the only thing that I find to be objective in this world. For example, we all want beautiful things.
Objective?
Yes, objective.
Beauty objective.
It's the only thing I seem to find that is objective.
You've never had a beauty as in the eye of the beholder. It's subjective.
No, apparently that's BS. None of us want to be ugly. We want to be fit. We want to be beautiful. Everybody, and nobody's thinking
But
it's crap.
there's
But I used to
different
be a plus
things
size sex worker, and I can totally say that is bogus because I used
Right.
to be.
Nobody's
I've
coming.
Right.
had men say that they would
Maybe
rather
some
be
have a-
with me any day of the week than a size 2.
And I've seen those muscle babes that work iron and they bodybuild, and they are not attractive to me. And other guys can
bench press me,
be
mommy.
absolutely.
Megan Rapinoe, if you somehow show up
you're
in
right
my
on that one,
bedroom,
Mark.
I would be a happy
Look,
person.
Okay, fine.
And that's fine. That's fine. I'm not
Nobody's
saying that they're
gonna deny me.
what's attractive to one person is
Right.
not attractive to another. Beauty
No.
is definitely subjective.
No, it's not subjective. This is the only thing.
What happens is that there are
Because it's-
there's societal beauty standards, and people who fit those
Not beauty
societal
standards,
beauty
it's
standards, people
biological
with power and
standards.
money want to fit
That's why
into
it's-
society, and so
No,
they
it's
will
not.
let themselves be used and manipulated by these people. Like, where do you think the gold digger trope comes
No,
in?
it's because you're using society as an
From
axiom.
Kanye
I'm
West.
using biology as an axiom, and that's why it's subjective. See, things when it's subjective, the reason why beauty is subjective is because it relates to symmetry, and symmetry relates to mathematics and biology, and that's why it grounds itself in objectivism.
Actually, that's not true. Like back in the sort of French Revolution days, women used to be beautiful for the size of their hips because they could bear more children.
There are.
And our
Huge
standards
women,
of beauty
bigger the
has
bigger the
changed.
woman, the more healthier you were
There
seen
are.
because you
Hips
could
are
afford
better for
food
birth.
and you were
That's
seen
why
as
it's good.
sexy.
What does this have to do with? No offense. What does it have to? Where? How did my argument get turned into objective beauty?
I have no idea.
Because you couldn't argue your argument very well, so I gotta
That's
make
what
it
Well-
Bubbles is trying to
I don't
pick
know.
up
He
your
just took it
argument and
off
trying
the
to
board.
I
defend your
how
case
did you
with
even? How did you construe objective beauty out of me just saying women want a big, strong ape man to kill the intruders?
Because the man must be fit. The man
Fitness, yes. I don't think fitness and beauty are necessarily interchangeable.
They're highly. I would say you can't have one without the other.
Okay, well now I see where. Now I at least see where you're going with it. Okay, now when you. Okay.
So like,
Well, yeah. I mean,
Amaretto, she's gonna choose a fit man over a scrawny 10-year-looking boy any day of the week.
of
Doesn't
course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've had enough of
No, I have
sunflower
a type.
sexism.
I
Quite
do have a
frankly, I
type.
think we can.
But my thing is, I actually tend to prefer personality, so I actually tend to stay away from the toxic masculine types. And unfortunately, in my
Yeah,
experience,
you're
like that
toxic,
type tends
but-
to be the bulky frat boy. So no, I don't
Okay,
tend
well,
to go.
we already established that it's evolutionary that women prefer taller men. I don't know why we're going into anecdotes of like, I like the scrawny nerd. Like, okay, well, 99% of women want a guy taller than them. It's not societal. It's not a social construct. It's in your DNA. I don't know what else to tell you at that point. Like, if you have an anecdotal, exception, that's great, but it's obviously not the norm. So why are we bringing that up?
I'm saying that, and there are a lot of people like me who,
The
they
vast
don't want that.
minority. The vast minority.
No, there are a lot more people than
After
you think.
Amaretto, we're gonna Amy.
But actually, when you're doing your wanton
Oh, no.
mansplaining, you're basically saying that unless a woman if they are mentally sound, then this is what they want. So yeah, were you saying, oh, the vast minority? You're then you're having to claim that all of those women are some way mentally deficient in some way.
Okay, maybe they're not mentally deficient. Like, Mark, you do this thing where you latch onto, like, this.
What you say?
If I didn't say mentally deficient, would it make it any less or more true that I'm talking about the majority? Let's not.
I mean, do you have facts and studies? Like, do you have studies?
Of course not.
matter
Sunflower, come on.
No, it doesn't matter whether or not the minority is deficient or maybe they're exceptional. Maybe they're so smart. It doesn't matter. All I'm arguing for is that the biological engineering of women, most women, makes them want a man that's bigger and stronger. That's not controversial.
Survival of the fittest shouldn't be controversial.
Yeah, but there's a lot of things from the past in our evolution that are carryover
No,
into
it's not the
today.
past, it's the present.
No, Sunflower, let me finish. Sunflower,
not the past.
settle down, let me finish.
Listen, 'cause I was going to
DNA.
say, I'm
There's
pretty
a
sure
lot of
Elon
things-
Musk does not look like your buff gym dude.
Absolutely. And there's a lot of things that carry over into today that we may still affect us, but we don't have to pay attention to them. And what women want is not the same thing as what the evolutionary incentives have been in the past.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. No, it
Yeah,
isn't.
it is. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. That's why men like big
Amy,
boobs.
just shout.
So
Just tell him to shut up.
we are going to actually move into the mimes. We're on hour 4. It has been a fun stream, but
Super
since
Amy mimes.
Sunflower, I know the super Amy mimes, but because Sunflower was the most recent to join us, that means he's going to start us off as we move into our Midnight Ranting of...
Beautiful.
Woohoo!
Okay, yeah, thanks everyone. It's been fun. I'll just keep it short.
Thanks for coming back, Sunflower. We haven't seen you in a while.
I'll keep it short and sweet. It will never cease to amaze me that people that are generally liberal or progressive, agnostic, whatever, when it comes to inconvenient scientific truths, that of course in the naturalist worldview where there's no God or anything, of course the world would be riddled with these inconvenient scientific truths in terms of equality of the sexes and genders and sexualities and races and all that. It's the mind boggles that these people champion science and the scientific method in this dry, methodical approach to the world. But as soon as there's potentially even inconvenient scientific truths, now they, 180 reframe the guys mentioning or even proposing them as, some kind of crazy, lunatic, radical, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Okay. Either take a dry scientific methodical approach to the world in which you're inevitably going to run into a lot of inconvenient truths, especially for the progressive worldview, or admit that there's something sort of magical about humanity. It means we should all hold hands and, be equal, but you're not going to have that and the dry methodical scientific approach that, believes it's all just pure numbers. And I'll leave you all with that. Thanks so much for having me. I'm also, I don't know if I'll be back again soon. Been busy lately, but I do appreciate it. And this is a great channel. Thanks. Later.
Thank you, Sunflower.
Thank you so very much, Sunflower. And we always enjoy the back and forth. It's fun. It keeps things interesting. And all right, we're moving right along. Dr. Kevin B. Woohoo! We've been midnight ranting on why won't God heal amputees, along with a whole bunch of fun political and theological topics. But I hope you had a good time. And what are your final thoughts?
Yeah, thank you for coming on. I was actually just on a stream with, it was about a story of Michael Long, of a really gruesome story about him losing his child in the child custody courts and his daughter getting molested while he was in the mother's possession. So it was, I just wanted to say that out there to kind of shock value, but that's just kind of one example of, I guess you could say, some sort of matriarchal mechanism within society. Also, too, I was thinking about like putting into faith, like I know the amputee thing. I know a lot of atheists would say, "Oh, well, how could God be so merciful and so loving if if somebody's disabled or if they're if they're deaf or something like that." And I say to that, it's just like you're limiting somebody based upon their physical abilities. I'd say God made you for who you are for a purpose. And, there's still, I think there's actually a Republican congressman that's actually in a wheelchair. So that just goes to show, just because you're in a wheelchair doesn't necessarily mean that you can't be successful. So there's also vice versa. There's a lot of people that are they're very talented and they squander their abilities. So it goes both ways. But at the end of the day, it just goes to, if you're a really hard worker, you can really set your mind to do anything. So that's basically what I'm saying.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you so
Amy,
much.
and you're right about
Okay.
that. Amy does go both ways.
Woohoo! And all right, we are moving to Bubbles. Bubbles, we've been midnight ranting on why won't God heal amputees, along with a whole bunch of other back and forth. Hope you had a good time. What are your final thoughts?
Well, I guess my answer as to why God won't do it is because God, you can't petition the Lord with prayer. It's he doesn't. I don't think, especially the Christian God, will take sides with anybody. You can petition other things. I would suggest that. And as for, well, I hope maybe next time we can. It's fine. I mean, I like when the conversations go. Sometimes they go a little bit too long, some other directions. But part of the fun, I guess. All right, that's all.
Woohoo!
Thank you, Bubble.
Never know where it's gonna go. And thank you so
Nice
very
setup
much for coming on,
back
Bubble.
there today. It looks very professional.
Yeah, thanks.
And ta-da. And we're sending love also to all the people in chat. And Amaretto, we have been midnight ranting on. That's right. That's great. Oh,
You did get Grandpa. Amy,
Grandpa.
come on.
I know. I never miss a chance to say hi, Grandpa.
Because that's where
we come from.
We came from. Yeah.
Exactly. Right there. Goes right from this into this. This.
Well, that's what you believe. That's what the textbooks say, that rained on the rocks and the soup came alive.
Exactly. Just that soup, and then I think the Avengers fought it. Or something like that. Anyway, right now we have been midnight ranting on why won't God heal amputees, along with a bunch of other political and theological subjects. Hope you had a good time. What are your final thoughts?
Yeah, so what a night!
What a night. Something Amaretto says all the time.
So as far as the original topic goes, again, just my general thoughts is, I don't believe that there is like God having a physical hand pulling a bullet out of somebody or whatever like that. I think if, God exists, then my interpretation is it's in more subtle ways. That being said, there are people who don't want to be healed from amputation. And there are people also who are born with all their body parts, but also feel like they should not have all of their body parts. So it's a very complex issue. And talking with Mark earlier, I don't think miracles, happen all the time. At least just the ones that's like, oh, like, this should never have happened and it did, or so-and-so came back from the dead. I think that, true miracles, they're not necessarily rare, but I don't think that they're so commonplace, and that's why we call them miracles. And, I think in some ways adversity is meant to help, bring us together as human beings, because, that's how we learn and grow. And obviously, yes, everything, hunky-dory, in some way would be great. But then, like, will we really appreciate the beauty in life if we didn't have, the flip side, have to deal with adversity and everything else? And that's, of course, not to say we shouldn't strive to end things like world hunger and, racism and prejudice and stuff like that. But, bad things happen, and that's part of life. And, it's something I've been kind of dealing with. Like, my mom just passed from lung cancer, for anybody who wasn't here earlier who didn't know. So I've lost my mom about 6 days ago. And, that's something I have to overcome and deal with. Death will take us all one day. As far as like some of the other topics go, I have a really hard time wanting to take advice that secular Quranism should be how we do things from somebody that was on BBC radio saying that they would rather murder a brain damaged child than force United Kingdom taxpayers to support its parents. So I have a very hard time accepting that moral authority should be the way to go from a person, because that in and of itself, the photos aside that people can look up on the internet I found it within 30 seconds. Statements like that's very damning to somebody. And as somebody who's neuroatypical, and disabled, that's eugenics. That's in a sense. And that's very jarring. I don't believe secular Quranism is the way to go. I think, having honest, open discussions with people is great. But, hopefully we don't look back on this stream in 10 years and realize we created the next dictatorship. So,
I don't think we're going to go that route. I'm just saying.
Listen, shit happens. I just don't want to have, let's hope we did not create our downfall. Because we want to normalize atheism and also get away from, me personally, and I think you guys, we want to get away from crazy religious dogma having toxic consequences on people. Like, if religion does good for you and you're a good person and stuff like that, cool. But don't use it to be a bigot and to treat people like dick and, be a good person. Try and do good by others. Troll on occasion. Everybody has their negative moments, what have you. But overall, try and not be an asshole. And hopefully,
I try. It's hard.
Hopefully, Claire will not spell our demise. So that's all I got to say on that.
Thank you so very much, our very own social justice rogue. Thank you so very much, Amaretto. Woohoo! And all right, we're moving right down the line. Mark, it has been exciting as we have asked ourselves on this Midnight Ranting, why won't God heal amputees? Still no response back, but I hope you had a fun time. And what are your thoughts about anything we talked about tonight?
Yeah, so the amputees. I mean, I basically opened with the reason why we asked the question. I find myself agreeing with Amaret a lot. I don't think God is doing anything. I don't think he's doing anything at all. Why won't he? The reason why he won't heal amputees is the same reason why the cataracts weren't healed by him and the cancer went into remission on its own. And the weird thing is that the more we investigate, the less miracles we find, which should be the opposite of what we're seeing if a God's actually coming down and fiddling with everything. We should see more, but we instead find less. And I think that's very damning to the whole premise. With the whole thing about scientific truths, and it's really funny when somebody comes in and says, oh, they won't accept scientific truths, when really it's just their opinion and their interpretation of these scientific truths that they're coming up with. I'll take my psychological evaluations from psychologists and psychiatrists and people with actual expertise, not just some random person on the internet. And I think you would need to steer away from doing psychological evaluations of people on the internet, because it's you have no basis for regardless of what you think your intuition is or you think this is, of doing a psychological evaluation of somebody. It's just not possible. And it's really, I find it weird that sort of somebody would come in and sort of mansplain to every woman out there what they want and what they're after, and that men should be in some way superior. I would encourage you, especially if you're a young person, just from my anecdotal relationship evidence, to sort of, I've found a great lot of success being a partner, an equal partner, and you share things, and it's a cooperative, equal partnership that just grows stronger as you build that trust. And whenever there's a sort of uneven relationship, you really do find problems. Whether that's the man or the woman being in some way better than the other side. And I'd really encourage people, especially if they're new to relationships, to sort of be an equal partner to your partner, whoever that may be, man or woman, and men should be able to get married just as well. I don't think I need to point out the sheer horror of Claire's proposal here, whippings and these awful punishments that happened in the past, but for some reason she feels that should be going on now to, whoever she likes, kind of thing. And I think this whole thing about the Quran, it's not really about the Quran. She just is a bigot, and she wants to implement certain horrendous punishments for people that she doesn't like. It's got nothing to do with utility, as she claims. It's got nothing to do with anything apart from she doesn't like these people. And I think we need to call that out, because when you say, hey, different people in the same circumstance, like if there's, for instance, the whole thing that gays shouldn't be allowed to get married because they can't procreate, but she's fine with other people adopting, and that's fine as long as it's a man and a woman. It's got nothing to do with the utility of it. She's just a bigot. That's all. Yeah, and I'll leave it there. But yeah, I really do want to sort of push back on that idea. What's really weird tonight, the weirdest thing tonight, there's been more theists on than atheists.
Yeah,
it's been like 5-3 or something. It's
Teaching Dr. Flower and Dr. Kaw.
Though I will say the atheists will always have the advantage because they splinter. They splinter so fast, and then they go after each other.
Yeah.
I love them.
Yeah, I did notice that. As soon as Claire was on about the sort of Islamic theocracy, then suddenly Sunflower's just attack. So, maybe we just need to get more theists on who will disagree
you should just come over and be a Christian and be for Christian theocracy, because that would be better. Different kinds of punishments.
And hey, we just need to get her onto it's like trying to get off the Diet Coke. We need to just get her onto straight Coke. We just shove off that Quranism. Let's just get that secularism on, baby. But speaking of Claire.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for joining me in chat. And James, Amy, Sunflower, everybody, Dr. Kevin, Amaretto, of course, beautiful as always. And thank you so much. Love you all. Have a good night.
Woohoo! Thank you so very much, Mark. Sending you love. And all right. And sending you good tidings in the upcoming debate that we are setting up between Mark and Claire on this subject. Because we have been talking tonight, we've been midnight ranting on why won't God heal amputees, but we can't help ourselves. Once the theology gets a slamming, we go back and forth. So it was fun. Hope you had a good time, Claire. And what are your final thoughts?
I had a wonderful time. Thank you again, as always, for hosting it with your particular format and your good cheer and tolerance for all these different views that come to you. I have to defend myself on the infanticide thing. I didn't say the government should go around exterminating people suffering from disability. I maybe I didn't make it clear enough, but I'm saying that it was parents who should have the option, and indeed they do, of not accepting their severely disabled baby. And I think the worst I ever did was to say that nobody really wants to be left with having to look after a severely disabled baby. And in the olden days, things were done by the midwife to avoid this possibility, and it's not anything new. And I'm afraid in British hospitals now they have this thing called the death pathway that is for adults as well as infants. So what I proposed was nothing freakish, and I just wish to mention that. Eugenics and degeneracy is will always be a live issue, because all nations compete with each other with their different policies, and maybe the West and Westerners, because they have been in control for so long, maybe think that these laws of human nature do not apply to them. But I think from my study of the history of the fall of empires is that empires always fall when they ignore their own rules and forget what made them great, which was their religion. It has been said that great religions produce great civilizations. And I know Mark said I hate certain people. and want to punish them. But actually, I do know unmarried mothers who actually don't know my views because I don't talk to them about it. But I mean, I just see in sociological terms, how these things can start and carry on and propagate themselves until it becomes normalized. And I know that some people want to normalize atheism and other people want to normalize belief in God, and maybe one of these days we'll know who is right by how long we continue in existence, because I believe religion is a moral system and moral systems are about having rules that are intended to keep a group in existence and apart from others, and we can only discover the efficacy of which religion is best for us after our civilization has crashed and burned. I don't want to make Amy think that she's creating some platform for the next Hitler. I don't expect to be in government. At the most, I am. I would just hope to be a government consultant to explain the operation of secular Quranism to any government who may choose to adopt it when things get bad enough. I'm afraid I'm not very optimistic about the future, but it's just an option. You don't have to accept it if you don't want to. And indeed, I can't make you. I don't have an army. And again, Amy, thank you very much for having me on, and anybody who found my ideas of interest and something to think about. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you, Claire.
Thank you so very much, Claire. And like always,
No.
Gesundheit.
Don't. Yeah.
I will say I'm just I make fun of generally those types of slogans and those types of flags, and they're the losers' flags, just like the Confederacy. But we do like the back and forth, and with that, I'm going to hand it over to James. James,
yes,
fly us on home.
Fly us home, not into the towers, right? Because we're secularists, so we land the planes on the ground. We don't crash into the buildings, because why would we ever want to do something like that? Anyway, so yeah, does God heal? Why does God not heal amputees? I think the most reasonable, common sense, logical answer to that is because he doesn't exist. If you want to engage in the mental gymnastics and the all the crazy levels of reasoning you have to get to say that, well, maybe he does exist, but he's got all these reasons and everything, that's up to you. And people do that. But for me, I like to keep things simple, and I think the simplest answer is he's just not there. And that's what we look out when we see everything. We don't see evidence of God. We don't see evidence of him anywhere. We just see stuff happening. And that's what happens. Unfortunately, people get hurt, diseases, people get injured. Stuff happens. It's terrible. We try to do the best we can to take care of them, but stuff happens. And there's no universal guy out there to make sure everything works out for good in the end. We have to do that. We don't have the option of saying, kill them all, let God sort them out. We have to do all that here. We do the work ourselves. So religion's dying. So that's what we do have to look forward to. It is dying, and one day it'll be extinct, but we still get to have some fun with it while it's still here, in spite of all the horror that it from time to time unleashes on society. So thank you guys, and praise Amy.
Thank you so much, Brother James. All right. I hope you all had a fun time on this episode of Midnight Ranting. Why won't God heal
double shake weights?
Double shake weights. Where tonight we wondered out loud why miracle claims seem to stop short of the impossible and only seem to affect what could possibly go into remission anyway. I want to thank my co-host, James W., along with our guests, Claire, Mark, Amaretto, Bubbles, Atheist Jr., Dr. Kevin B, and Sunflower, along with all of our lovely viewers, the people in chat, and our awesome mods who make these streams so great. If you're feeling fancy, don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe, and set that bell icon to all so you can see our premieres and join our live streams. Lastly, if you'd like to help us make even more fun content,
Even more.
Oh my goddess. Then feel free to check out our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I'm Amy Newman, and we will see you next time on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, everyone.
Good night, guys.